Welcome, everyone. I am your Heavenly Father. We have so much to watch and discuss today. The president has gone complete Randy Quaid on his timeline. Rudy Giuliani is supposedly giving some sort of evidence. We're finally hearing about this evidence about the rigged election in Pennsylvania, which has already been certified. So, what's the point? But anyway, that's what's going on. I am your host, your Heavenly Father, Kevin Williams, and this is what we do. We chat truth to power. If you'd like to get into the chat room, that'd be great. Any platform you're watching this on right now, just go ahead and use the chat function or leave a comment if you're on Facebook. It will appear over in that window over there. The quickest way to do it is to go to youtube.com/KevinlyFather, find the live feed there, and then we'll know what to do. So right now it looks like I've got right side broadcasting pulled up here. The conference is just about to start. This is delayed. I had to go out this morning and pull my hamstring. So now I'm back, and I'm completely out of the news loop so far this morning, except that everyone is going to get coronavirus at Thanksgiving. That's what I know. So let's get right into it. Good to see everybody, and welcome. If you'd like to contribute at any time during this, you find this valuable, a couple of things you can do. PayPal me, Venmo me, you can do that sort of thing. If you don't know how, just ask your kid. Or you can go to kevinlyfather.com, kevinlyfather.com. You can become a patron here like many of those good people right over there. I see Marcy, Chris, Chuck. Those are all patrons, and you can contribute to this sort of thing. Because as we've seen, we thought, oh, the election, that's the end of it. The nonsense is all over. No, it's going to get worse. It's going to continue to get worse. Trump will burn this country down. We're already seeing it. For no good reason other than vengeance. So no, does Trump believe he won the election? No, he does not. He knows he lost. But it's impossible psychologically for him to admit it. So here we are. This is Rudy's releasing of the Krakens, and it's in a hotel room in Pennsylvania. They're calling it a legislative, Pennsylvania state legislature holds hearings. They're calling this a hearing. It's just, as you can see, in a hotel ballroom. That is not an official building. I don't even know where exactly it is in Pennsylvania, but here we go.
20 elections in Pennsylvania. Today's hearing was requested by Senator Doug Mastriano, who, in addition to serving the 264,000 residents of the 33rd District in Adams, Cumberland, Franklin, and York counties.
Oh, well, I'm at it. Right Side Broadcasting is a right-wing YouTube channel that covers a lot of almost everything that Trump does. Our other option here was OAN, or I don't know, it might even be on the White House Broadcasting. Anyway, if you want to donate a couple of bucks to Right Side Broadcasting, we through me, utilize their services from time to time. So if you feel like helping them out as well, you're also welcome to do that. They are a right side of the spectrum broadcaster, but they do spend a lot of money doing this. They do very well with their donations. If you're ever just bored, go watch Netflix. And if you don't have Netflix because they're raising their prices, the hell Netflix, go check out what Right Side Broadcasting and just read the chats going down. This is already underway. Let's do that actually. Let's just look at the chat that goes on. Someone just donated $45, a super chat. At the bottom of my feed, if you're watching this on YouTube, there's a little dollar sign. You can super chat there. It's better for me if you PayPal me or Venmo me, but if you want to hit just that dollar sign, you can send me money. So someone just gave them $45, just like that. That's a fairly sizable donation. The right wing has thousands of people like this that are willing to throw money at this sort of thing. So if you want to help Right Side Broadcasting out, you're welcome to as well. So this is just unacceptable. Fraud, 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 fraud. Every state needs voter ID. Thank Q, the letter Q, as in QAnon. Trump 2020. Trump, Fox isn't showing this. Damn Fox. Election 2020 was a complete charade. I mean, he probably said charade, but I'm reading charade because Canadian. Kirk wants someone to date him. Q. Fraud. PA legislature should concede. Trump. Here's another $20 that Anna Banana just gave. So this is just a constant thing that's going on. As busy as my chat room is, and I appreciate all you guys, this is insanity. But all these people believe that this election was 100% stolen from Trump. And they're just feeding that fire.
Also serves as the chair of the Senate's Intergovernmental
Hi, Nanny. Hi, hey, Chris Wilson. Good to see you.
Operations Committee.
Stephanie.
As Dr. Mastriano can attest, this subject is an excellent example, not of the normal layer cake model of intergovernmental operations, but of the marble cake model. We have examples of local government, county government, state government, and federal government, all very much involved in the design and conduct of an election. And as we've seen, not...
Okay, so as we watch here, sorry, I haven't eaten anything today, and it's getting on to 11:30, so I'm trying to eat some salad here, and I apologize. I just dumped the bag of pre-made salad, and I had some other stuff. And probably the ranch dressing that came with the salad is 18,000 calories, so I'm not really providing a purpose here. What I was going to say is this entire thing is just an audition for Trump. All of these senators or legislatures or whoever they are in the Republican Party in Pennsylvania, this is all an audition for some sort of position come the next Trump administration. And there is a way for the Republican Party to rid themselves of the stench of Trump, but I can't tell you what it is because I don't want to tell them. Maybe we'll do a Zoom call with just the patrons at some point, and I'll explain the strategy the Republicans should be using, but I don't want them to use. But anyway, the Republicans are done. We're done with Republicans for a while here. Not in terms of the legislature. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We don't know whatever is going to happen with Trump. Nothing he ever says means anything. Again, this entire thing is just this. All of them are playing to an audience of dumb.
Not always in a logical, rational, or understandable model. I have frequently reminded the students in the college classes which I have taught, as well as more recently our own governor, that senators and representatives and governors...
All of the election systems are understandable, unless you're this guy. The problem is not the system. The problem is that you don't have the comprehensive ability, I should say both comprehensive and cognitive ability to understand the systems. I could take a look at any one of them, and so could anybody in this chat room right now, and say, oh, that makes sense. Well, they shouldn't do it that way, but I still understand how it works. This person votes for that person. The one who gets the most... Understandable.
Are not kings. We're not judges. We're
Congratulations, David.
not dictators. We are agents of public opinion, elected by the people for a fixed term as lawmakers to provide oversight on behalf of the public over our government agencies and, of course, as lawmakers. We're here today because we have all been receiving massive numbers of phone calls and emails and personal comments when we're out walking our dogs in our neighborhoods about the conduct of this election. My office has received a record number of contacts, over 25,000 phone calls and emails as of yesterday. We all know that Pennsylvania's Secretary of the Commonwealth changed the guidance to election officials the day before the November 3rd election, which added a completely new element of doubt to our process. Issues that should have been resolved by the legislature as recommended by Supreme Court Justice Max Baer were instead carried out by the Secretary without the approval of the Senate or the House. This committee held a similar event.
Oh no, if only he knew someone in the Senate who could have addressed this all earlier.
In January of 2020 on recent changes to our state's election laws. At that time, the Secretary of the Commonwealth assured us that this process would be carried out smoothly. The large number of complaints which we have received from our constituents tells us a very different story. That's why we're here today, again, as agents of public opinion. Senator Mastriano and his staff have assembled a number of witnesses who will share their experiences with us regarding the conduct of this year's election. We look forward to listening to that testimony. But before we turn there,
I hope Giuliani's here. I mean, I want to see some sweat happening.
I want to introduce my good friend, our caucus administrator, and
He's gonna read all 25,000. So this is gonna take a while. So get yourself a salad or something.
As of December 1st, our incoming majority leader. Congratulations to Kim Ward. Thank you for joining us. Please, Kim, your statement.
Thank you, Senator Argyle, and thank you, Senator Mastriano, for inviting me to participate in what I think is very, very important to the people of Pennsylvania. As Senator Argyle has said, we have been inundated with calls and emails and messages in our social media. People are not feeling good nor confident about the process and the results because of that process. The president and his team deserve, this is a president of the United States, not the president of your middle school board. So we need to make sure that they have the
Okay, thank you very much. We'll call you. She just failed the audition.
room that they need to explore every avenue. So when this is over, we know that the process, what worked in it, what didn't.
I'm sorry, but the giant bottle of hand sanitizer doesn't make up for the fact that the guy is sitting an arm's length away from you without a mask, and you've got yours pulled down. Does not fix that.
Work in it, and what we need to do to fix it, and what we may need to do to address it. This has been very, very exhausting and hard on so many in Pennsylvania. And I look forward to listening to what the testifiers and Mr. Giuliani have to say to us today. So thank you very much again, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senator Mastriano.
Thank you, Kim. Senator Mastriano, please.
Thank you, Senator Argyle and Senator Ward. Thank you for being here and supporting this here, and welcome everybody to this.
I believe he's a doctor. The guy without the mask sitting there, touching the microphone unnecessarily. He's a doctor.
Most historic occasion in this most historic town. And what happened here in 1863, I think today we're going to see a turning of the tide, because we have not really heard the truth of the arguments made on the other side on what happened. And when we're dealing with a government and leadership in Harrisburg that wants to close their ears to what's happened during this election, and sadly many in the media that are complicit and want to write off what happened.
Yeah, on the personal front, Saved by the Bell, the reboot, just came out on Peacock last night, and I came out at midnight our time, and Kevin Lee daughter, I haven't seen her yet today. I assume she watched it all because all of her friends and everybody was going to watch it. So she's all over the place in there, apparently. I haven't seen any of it, but it'll be fun to watch some Saved by the Bell.
So for me, on this battlefield and remembering what happened 157 years ago, especially 157 years ago last week, where Abraham Lincoln gave his most famous address, and I think his final sentence captures why we're here today. He said that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. And everything is at stake in what happened during this election cycle. Everything. The republic is at stake. This is no game for us. And for any veteran in this room here who wore the uniform, such as Brigadier General Scott Perry, thank you for being here, sir. Put their lives on the line here fighting for a country, and to see that there's a group in this state.
Nice. Boris Epstein, according to David, has tested positive for coronavirus. I shouldn't say nice, because that means he'll infect or has already infected several other people, some of whom are going to die. I sure hope he's okay.
And country willing to throw away our valuable and precious freedoms here for power. You know, for me, there we go.
Oh, hold on. Freedom. Freedom clap.
And Mr. Mayor, it's going to be a fantastic hearing today. Despite pleas from our citizens, the governor refuses to even consider that there was any shenanigans in the elections here in our state, a state of 13 million people, and he wants to discount because his guy won that nothing bad happened, and that's just unacceptable. If there's any hint of fraud out there, we need to investigate. Any governor serving the people, this Commonwealth, would put aside his petty politics, and find out the truth, if anyone was defrauded. And at this point here, he's unwilling to do that. Let me point out some hard facts here.
They will be hard for him. This is not live. This is delayed. I don't even know when this started. So let's see if it's still going on. We are 1 hour and 12 minutes behind. They are still talking. So sit back and relax, folks.
We are in Adams County, named after...
There was some fraud. There's always some fraud. We know in Pennsylvania at least one person voted for Trump for his dead mother. We know that happened. They caught him.
Our second president, John Adams, who famously said, "Facts are stubborn things." Let me lay out several of these inconvenient truths, as Al Gore would have us think. There have been many allegations of...
Pretty sure that's not the full John Adams quote, and if it is, why would someone ever write that down? Facts are stubborn things. Okay.
voting law violations across the state, and the governor serving the people would have to move heaven and earth to ensure no one was defrauded. But yet he's not moved to action. And even his Secretary of State, of course, says that there was no shenanigans of great concern. And I will remind everyone that I was a no vote on the confirmation of Kathleen Bookvar 4 times that I interacted with her. I asked her, why are elections in Afghanistan more secure than in Pennsylvania? And she sat there and blinked and couldn't give me a straight answer. That elections are more safe and secure in a war.
Because it's an absolutely preposterous question.
War-torn country, devastated by conflict since 1979. What is going on here? The place where this all started in 1776, and we can't get an election right? You got to be kidding me here. And
dude, you couldn't even get a country right. We still don't have it right. But yeah, the election was the most secure election in history. That's from Trump's own team, but okay.
So as a result of her inaction, the governor's inaction, refusal to even look into any of the allegations, and to discount the very essential freedoms of our citizens, we are here today to try to find out what the heck happened in the election. You know, and likewise our Attorney General, our senior law enforcement official here, you know, instead of being focused on making sure things are lined up in kosher.
Oh good, David says we didn't start elections until 1788. Let's spend 2.5 hours talking a little bit about one of my favorite topics, the Articles of Confederation. I'm just kidding. Let's move on. But yes, all of these people, their brain starts with Constitution. They forget. There's the Revolution, the Boston Tea Party, the Stamp Tax, the Whiskey Rebellion, and then today, Constitution today.
Sure. Before one vote was counted in Pennsylvania, the day before the election declared Biden the winner. I mean, there's nothing to see here. Could you imagine Pennsylvania, in kosher, before one vote was counted in Pennsylvania, the day before the election declared Biden the winner? I mean, there's nothing to see here. Could you imagine if the shoe was on the other foot? Would the media be so gracious and merciful and kind if it was a Republican? Absolutely not. And so, Houston, we have a problem here.
Why is Houston involved?
You know, one of the most troubling.
This guy has a series of cliches written down, and he's just trying to get them in as good as possible. And so Biden, someone said he won the election. Houston, we have a problem. And you know what? I'm just gonna lay some things out. John Adams once said, "Facts are things." So what if you guys? This is atrocious. There's something wrong with the system. That dog don't hunt.
Things in this whole endeavor here, and it's not just because of the COVID, it's just a lack of transparency and accountability.
The COVID.
So we're here to start shedding light on the darkness. And then, of course, we have a Supreme Court that rewrote election law. You know, Act 77 has been painted out as a villain. Okay, we could debate that. But the real problem is when the
but we won't.
Pennsylvania Supreme Court decided they're going to write legislation and rewrite our law. And because of that, obviously, Pennsylvania, we got a lot of problems there. And that opened the door to all the shenanigans and abuses and folly that we're dealing with here.
That dog don't hunt. Do it.
In the state this day. So what's going on here? Thousands of people from across...
Thank you, Marcy. Facts are stubborn things. This is from John Adams. Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or dictates of our passion, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. That's a quote from John Adams. Was it John? Was it his dad? Was it his son?
Across the Commonwealth have
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it wasn't actually John.
Reached out to us, tens of thousands, asking...
It was Dolly Madison.
...and demanding action, and they deserve it. And as a result of the inability of our executive branch to do their job, we're stepping in here. We're co-equal members, and we're going to do our job. We're looking for transparency and truth. There's going to be no grandstanding here. We're after facts, and we're going to have a good...
There will be no grandstanding here!
...layout here of what happened, and you're going to have to decide, good people of Pennsylvania, on what happened, and whether there's a strong case to be made or not. You know, the forgotten men and women of our great state feel betrayed by their government. and I'm with them. I feel the betrayal as well. So we undertake these proceedings today to find out what happened.
We can't handle the truth.
And then hopefully come up with an approach where it does never happen.
If you look up fact in the dictionary, the opposite of that is Trump. You're absolutely right, Todd.
Happens again. And the issues are galore. You're going to hear about poll watchers being denied access, where election software vendors refuse to testify before the General Assembly. What do they got to hide? Do we expect the people to trust their government? And we got to earn their trust. And this is no game. And the very republic very much is at stake. Anyone who loves this country has to put.
This is no game, but we're going to have this hearing right now. Going to spend about 2 hours talking about the election, which has already been certified. But it's not a game. Just keep that in mind. There will be no grandstanding.
Put aside their petty partisan politics and allow the light to shine where it is. And we're going to find the truth and celebrate it. You know, as a soldier and now as an elected member of the state Senate, I'm not going to stand aside, and neither of the members around me are as well. We're going to fight the good fight for freedom and secure our republic. Too many good men and women have gone before us here, given their lives here, and to cast it aside now for power play is unacceptable and it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Freedom clap. Freedom clap.
We do our great men and women in uniform and those who lay down their lives and gave the last full measure of devotion a great disservice if we stand aside and allow bureaucrats and corrupt politicians to steal their voice and maybe even steal an election. We'll find out. John 8:3. Thank you. John 8:3-6 says that if Jesus set you free, you're free indeed. We're going to walk as free people in Pennsylvania. This is where it all started. We choose this day to walk as free men and women in honor of the sacrifice not only of Jesus on Calvary, but also in honor of the sacrifice of brave men and women in uniform who fought for and secured our freedoms. We will be relentless in our pursuit of the transparency, of accountability, and truth. The time for dithering, politics, and games is over. The time for truth and justice is now. In conclusion, as Benjamin Franklin...
I'll let the chat room vote here. Do we switch to Biden? Biden's giving his Thanksgiving address right now, or do we stay on this or come back to it? Hold on. That would be on the regular TV channels. I'll just pull it up while you guys decide. And I'll just go where I see if there's a producer or an executive producer in the room, I'll make that decision. Let's see. I don't see Biden on any of the channels. What's going on with that? So he's not, I don't think he's speaking yet. Let me check out Caspan, because they were going to broadcast it. Somebody might be watching. Okay, so Caspan says it's live.
A time to reflect on what the year has brought, to think about what...
Yeah, this is live. Let's
I'm
watch
continuing. I look at where we are now.
Nope, that's not what I want.
See, we didn't have the House of Representatives. We're still
we're elected. It's important to go straight to that.
Nation was a... So I thought that'd be very appropriate leaders who have Washington, D.C.
No, it just started.
Industry. Yesterday it was...
Americans. Thanksgiving is a special time in America. A time to reflect on what the year has brought, to think about what lies ahead. You know, our first National Day of Thanksgiving, authorized by the Continental Congress, took place on December 18th, 1777. It was celebrated by
before we had elections.
General
Go ahead.
George Washington and his troops at Gulf Mills on the way to Valley Forge. And it took place under extremely harsh conditions and deprivation, lacking food, clothing, shelter. They're preparing to ride out a long, hard winter. And today...
Today what?
When I got to the DNC, we didn't have the House of Representatives.
Oh my God. Let's just skip to live. It looks like it just started about a minute before we got there.
In a long, hard winter, we fought a nearly year-long battle with a virus that has devastated this nation. has brought us pain and loss and frustration, and has cost so many lives. 260,000 Americans and counting. It's divided us, angered us, set us against one another. I know the country has grown weary of the fight. We need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with one another, not with each other. This is the moment where we need to steel our spines, redouble our efforts, and recommit ourselves to the fight. Let's remember, we're all in this together. Sounds trite to say it, but we're all in this together. For so many of us, it's hard to hear this fight isn't over. And we still have months of this battle ahead of us. For those who have lost a loved one, I know that this time of year can be especially difficult. Believe me, I know. I remember that first Thanksgiving, the empty chair, the silence, takes your breath away. It's really hard to care. It's hard to give thanks. It's hard to even think of looking forward. And it's so hard to hope. I understand. I'll be thinking and praying for each and every one of you at this Thanksgiving, at your Thanksgiving table, because we've been there. This year we're asking Americans to forego so many of the traditions that we've long made this holiday. It's made it so special. For our families, for 40-some years, we've had a tradition of traveling over Thanksgiving. Tradition that we've kept every year save one. The year our son Bo died. But this year, we'll be staying home. We've always had the big family gatherings at Thanksgiving. Kids, grandkids, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and more. For the Bidens, the days around Thanksgiving have always been a time to remember all we had to be grateful for, and a time to begin to think about Christmas and begin even to do the Christmas list. But this year, because we care so much for each other, we're going to be having a separate Thanksgiving. For Jill and I, we'll be at our home in Delaware with our daughter and our son-in-law. The rest of the family will be doing the same thing in small groups. So I know how hard it is to forego family traditions. But it's so very important. Our country is in the middle of a dramatic spike in cases. We're now averaging 160,000 new cases a day. And no one will be surprised if we hit 200,000 cases in a single day. Many local health systems are at risk of being overwhelmed. That's the plain and simple truth. Nothing made up, it's real. And I believe you always deserve to hear the truth from your president. We have to try to slow the growth of this virus. We owe it to the doctors and the nurses and other frontline workers, care workers, who've risked their lives, some lost their lives, put so much on the line in a heroic battle in this virus against it for so long. You know, we owe that to our fellow citizens who need access to hospital beds and care to fight this disease. We owe it to one another. It's literally our patriotic duty as Americans. It means wearing a mask, keeping social distancing, limiting the size of any group we're in. Until we have a vaccine, these are the most effective tools to combat the virus. Starting on day one of my presidency, we will take steps that will change the course of this disease. More testing will find people with cases and get them away from one another, slowing the number of infections. More protective gear for businesses and our schools to do the same, reducing the number of cases. Clear guidance will get more businesses and more schools open. We all have a role to play in beating this crisis. The federal government has vast powers to combat the virus. And I commit to you, I will use all of those powers to lead a national coordinated response. But the federal government can't do this alone. Each of us has a responsibility in our own lives to do what we can do to slow the virus. Every decision we make matters. Every decision we make can save lives. None of these steps we're asking people to take are political statements. Every one of them is based on science, real science. Now, the good news is there has been significant record-breaking progress made recently in developing a vaccine. And several of these vaccines look extraordinarily effective. And it happens that we're on track for the first immunization to begin by late December, early January. Then we'll need to put in place a distribution plan to get the entire country immunized as soon as possible, which we will do, but it's going to take time. I'm hoping the news of the vaccine will serve as an incentive to every American to take these simple steps to get control of the virus. There's real hope, tangible hope. So hang on. Don't let yourself surrender to the fatigue, which I understand it is real fatigue. I know we can and we will beat this virus. America's not going to lose this war. We'll get our lives back. Life is going to return to normal, I promise you. This will happen. This will not last forever. So yes, it's been a really hard year, particularly hard for over 250,000 people and their families. But I still believe we have much to be thankful for. There's so much to hope for, much to build on, much to dream of. Here's the America I see. And I believe it's the America you see as well. America that faces facts. An America that overcomes challenges. An America that where we seek justice and equality for all people. An America that holds fast to the conviction that out of pain comes possibility. Out of frustration comes progress. And out of division, unity. You all know in our finest hours, that's who we've always been, and that's who we shall be again. For I believe that this grim season of division, demonization, is going to give way to a year of light and of unity. Why do I think so? Because America is a nation not of adversaries, but of neighbors. Not of limitations, but of possibilities. Not of dreams deferred, but of dreams realized. I've said many times that this is a great country. We are a good people. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been unable to do when we've done it together. Think of what we come through as a nation. How many things we've come through? Centuries of human enslavement, cataclysmic civil war, exclusion of women from the battle box, world wars, Jim Crow, the long twilight struggle against Soviet tyranny that could have ended not in the fall of the Berlin Wall, but in nuclear Armageddon. Look, I'm not naive. I know that history is just that, history. But to know what came before, what's come before, what's happened before, can help arm us against despair. Knowing that previous generations got through the same universal human challenge that we face. The tension between selfishness and generosity, between fear and hope, between division and unity. And what was it that brought the reality of America into closer alignment with the promise of reality, justice, and prosperity? Sounds corny, but it was love, plain and simple. Love of country. Love of one another. We don't talk much about love in our politics. The political arena is too loud, too angry, too heated. To love our neighbor as ourselves is a radical act. It is what we're called to do. We must try. For only in trying, only in listening, only in seeing ourselves as bound together in what Dr. King called the mutual garment of destiny? Can we rise above divisions and truly heal? Look, we all know America's never been perfect, but we've always tried to fulfill the aspiration of the Declaration of Independence, that all people are created equal, created in the image of God. And we've always sought to form a more perfect union. What should we give thanks for this season? Well, first, let's be thankful for democracy itself. In this last election, the one that just took place, we've seen record numbers of Americans exercise their most sacred right, that of the vote, to register their will at the ballot box. Think about that. In the middle of a pandemic, more people voted this year than have ever voted in the history of the United States of America. Over 150 million people cast a ballot. Simply extraordinary. Many of them waiting in line 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to vote. If you want to know what beats deep in the heart of America, it's this: democracy. The right to determine our lives, our government, and our leaders. The right to be heard. Our democracy was tested this year. And what we learned is this: the people of this nation are up to the task. In America, we have full and fair and free elections. And then we honor the results. The people of this nation and the laws of the land won't stand for anything else. Through the vote, the noblest instrument of nonviolent protest ever conceived, we remained anew and were reminded anew that progress is possible, that we the people have the power to change what Jefferson called the course of human events. And with our hearts and our hands and our voices, today we can be better than yesterday. And tomorrow we can be still better than that day. You know, we should be thankful, too, that America is a covenant, an unfolding story. That we have what we need to create prosperity, opportunity, and justice. Americans have grit and generosity, a capacity for greatness, and reservoirs of goodness. We have what it takes. Now we have to act. This is our moment, ours together, to write a newer, bolder, more compassionate chapter in the life of the nation. The work ahead is not going to be easy. It will not be quick. You want solutions, not shouting. Reason, not hyperpartisanship. Light, not heat. You want us to hear one another again, see one another again, respect one another again. You want Democrats and Republicans and independents to come together and work together. And that, my friends, is what I'm determined to do. Americans dream big. As hard as it may seem this Thanksgiving, we're going to dream big again. Our future is bright. The fact I've never been more optimistic about the future of America than I am right now. I, honest to God, believe the 21st century is going to be an American century. We're going to build an economy that leads the world. We're going to lead the world by the power of our example, not just the example of our power. We're going to lead the world on climate and save this planet. We're going to find cures for cancer and Alzheimer's and diabetes. I promise you. We're going to finally root out systemic racism in this country. On this Thanksgiving, in anticipation of all the Thanksgivings to come, let's dream again. Let's commit ourselves to thinking not only of ourselves, but of others as well. For if we care for one another, if we open our arms rather than brandishing our fists, we can, with the help of God, heal. And if we do, and I'm sure we can proclaim the promised with the psalmist who wrote these following words. The Lord is my strength and my shield, and with my song I give thanks to him. I give thanks now for you, for the trust you've placed in me. Together, we'll lift our voices in the coming months and years, and our song shall be of lives saved, breaches repaired, a nation made whole again. Folks, from the Biden family to yours, wherever and however you may be celebrated, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. May God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, well, that was a presidential address. Let's get out of here and go right back to the wackiness. We're still on the original, one of the original senators giving his address, Republican. So what we're watching right now, if you're just joining us, is this is delayed. We're about an hour and a half behind real time. We wanted to skip out and watch Biden give his Thanksgiving address to the American people. Since he is the president-elect, we'll go back now, and here are some Republicans in Pennsylvania, which has already been certified, complaining that there was massive voter fraud. Witnesses are to come. Rudy is in the house.
Franklin was leaving Constitutional Hall in 1787. He was approached by Mrs. Powell, and Mrs. Powell ran up to him. We surmise she knew him personally, and she said, well, Mr. Franklin, what do we have, a monarchy or a republic? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. This is our time to keep this republic. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
We are in no danger at this point of becoming a monarchy. Even with massive voter fraud, we will not become a monarchy. We shall remain a republic. Judges, they agree.
Thanks, Senator Mastriano.
Oh, they love this guy. That was one of the best speeches by Dr. Minestrone that I've ever seen. He's now doctor, whatever kind of doctor he is. Let's put him in charge of the COVID.
We turn now to the introductions of our House and Senate members. Let's begin with our representatives here at this end of the table. Gentlemen.
Yeah, we can skip this. Boop. Go ahead.
Serving the North
County.
Fulton County. Master.
Hampton.
To my Olson from Stefano from South. Senator Pitt. Is your turn. One other piece. This is a legislative hearing. Our purpose is to listen to the complaints of our constituents, the oversight of government agencies, and the need for possible legislation. We all need to conduct ourselves accordingly. With that being said, Senator Mastriano, I believe you want to introduce our first witness for 15 minutes. And we will hold to the representatives and senators, so you understand, we will hold all of our questions until the conclusion of the sixth panel.
I would just simply say, welcome to America's Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Giuliani, for being here.
They're just so happy with Rudy. All that applause. Sit down.
Senators, representatives, Senator Mastriani, and all the distinguished members of the legislature of Pennsylvania.
His mic is not on properly.
We are very, very honored and very appreciative that you are
thanks for the super heart.
Opportunity to be heard.
Whoever just gave me a super heart. Can you guys even hear him? Let me see if it's coming through.
Which we've been denied almost uniformly.
I'm going to mess with this a little bit and pump him up. So I'll do what I can here, guys, until they fix it on the broadcast.
By the media and by legislatures elsewhere. All we ask is that you listen to the facts that we're presenting and then evaluate it. I can't help but note that we're doing it here in Gettysburg. Over 156 years ago, the fate of our country hung in the balance right here on this hollowed ground for three relentless days of bloody close combat between two armies that lost over 50,000 casualties. The fate of our republic was really decided that we'd be one nation, one union, one government, sharing values that are enormously important to us. And I don't want to overstate it, but I do believe that those values are at stake, not only in this election, but in the way this election was conducted and in what we're going to do about it. Because if we allow elections in the future to be conducted the way this election was conducted.
Podcast here. Hopefully it pops back up for us. I'm just going to give it a second here. I've paused this. Looks like some of you have given up. Some of you are coming back. We are watching the hearings in Pennsylvania. Okay, we're good on the feed. It looks like YouTube is back up. So we had a software glitch right there. Everything froze on me. I paused Rudy, so we'll just continue on with Rudy at this point.
Of an incredible nature by big tech, big networks, big companies. They only allow one side to be heard, and they refuse to allow the other side to be heard. It's almost as if they're afraid the American people, if they should learn these facts, will find out just who they are and what they're about. This voter fraud that took place, which, as you will see from the witnesses that we call, had several dimensions to it, several different ways in which it was done. The most dangerous thing is it is very, very similar in at least 6 states that we've been able to study. In other words, what we're going to describe to you with these witnesses happened in roughly the same way in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia.
But none of the states where Trump won. That's the important part.
Primary device were the mail-in ballots. You know there was a fierce debate over whether we should have mail-in ballots in the first place. Many scholars, many experts always felt that mail-in ballots were very dangerous because they're very easy to forge. It leads.
They are not. That's complete nonsense. And we've already had mail-in ballots for years in many of our states. Yeah, we've had them since the Civil War for the country.
To more defrauding. We were warned by Justice Souter, among others. We were warned by President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker.
In 2005, who have since both said, no, this is a very secure form of voting. That was back in 2005, when many of the states didn't enact the security measures they needed to on ballots.
In a report that they did on how to make elections more secure, they warned us that the one thing to do is do not go to general mail-in voting, because every place it's been used, it's led to tremendous fraud. And that was reiterated, believe it or not, in an article in the New York Times in 2012, an article they have now forgotten they wrote, that explained the same thing. And I think what you're going to find as you study your...
And since absolutely nothing has changed since 2012, I think, yeah, we need to pay attention to that.
Mail-in ballot procedure here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and then in the 6 other places, this was a terrible mistake, and it allowed the leadership of a party that had become pretty expert at voter fraud to really go wild. So
most of the major cases of voter fraud, anything above 1 or 2 people, have been Republican-based over the last 20 years.
The witnesses we present are going to first show you that in the case of Philadelphia and in the case of Allegheny County and 1 or 2 other counties, the mail-in ballots that were received were not inspected at all by any Republican. They were hidden from Republicans. In the case of Philadelphia and Allegheny County, I can't be absolutely certain, but I do believe the witnesses will show that a Republican never got to see a single ballot. Now, you know how important that is
Not true, and that's not fraud.
to determining whether it is a valid ballot or not. There's only one time you get to do that, and that's when you separate.
Yeah, this is Right Side Broadcasting. They only have the one camera. The OAN feed is way ahead of us, so I can't go to that. They have multiple cameras. Unfortunately, I can't pull that up. I have it paused, and so if we get to that point, we'll switch over to OAN. But right now, this is what we got. I'm doing some searching around to see if I can find another feed that might help us out.
The envelope that possesses the verifying information from the ballot. The moment you separate them, you can no longer verify.
Correct. Because you verify and then you separate so that the ballot remains a secret so that your vote here in America can never be found out by somebody else because it's your right to a private vote. That's how America works. Now, if this was a monarchy and we were voting for the king or a tyrant might be able to go and match that vote up and say, wait a minute, you didn't vote for me? I'm going to withhold things from you. For example, COVID virus relief or vaccines. But we don't live in a system like that. Your vote is secret, and all of the states separate those envelopes from the ballots.
You can't go
All of them, even the ones that Trump won. That's what they do.
back and recount. You can't go back and check paper ballot against the machine ballot.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can check the paper ballot against the machine count. That's what they've done in all of the recounts. Jesus, man is a fucking idiot.
Because it's a private ballot. It's an anonymous ballot. We want to keep it that way.
Right.
The only thing that identifies it is that outer envelope.
Right.
At that moment, when they're separated, gone forever. That's the
right. So why do you keep wanting to do that in Georgia?
Moment at which inspections have been allowed, time immemorial, in America. Pennsylvania, all of our other 49.
Isn't it time immemorial? Anyone? Somebody want to check that at random? You're good at stuff like that.
9 states. Several of the witnesses here have been doing this for 20 or 30 years. They've never heard of a situation in which the mail-in ballot was just put in without allowing a Republican, a Democrat, even third-party members to take one look at it and object to it, for the very reason that it's too prone to fraud. Think about this. In your state, Republicans were
Is it time immemorial? Okay, I don't know. All right, there you go. Good job.
uniformly.
Wait, he said time in memorial, didn't he? Anyway, let's keep going.
Not allowed, kept out, put in chutes like they were cows to keep them away from seeing these ballots. Never happened before. Not only that, the same thing was done in Michigan. The same thing was done in Wisconsin.
Because of COVID, you have to keep the people separate from the people who are working there and stuck there.
And on and on and on. What's the chance that on the morning of November 3rd or 4th, when they started the count, that in each one of those places, the Democrat leadership of these highly controlled Democrat cities have some history for corruption, and in the case of Philadelphia, a long history of voter fraud. I could show you the convictions. I don't think I have to. What are the odds that they're all going to wake up with this?
Just because somebody has committed voter fraud before doesn't mean that everybody's committing voter fraud now. He knows that. No judge would allow that in court, which is what happened.
Same idea. After years and years of always examining together absentee ballots, all of a sudden, in a year in which we have a couple million of them per state, we're not going to allow any Republicans to see them. The person in Philly figures that out.
By the way, this is Rudy in front of a judge last week. This is Rudy being asked by the judge how they should proceed because this is a fraud case, isn't it?
Should I apply in this case?
On a motion to dismiss? Well, I mean, I think the normal one.
Are you arguing then that strict scrutiny should apply here?
No, the normal scrutiny should apply. If we had alleged fraud, yes, but this is not a fraud case.
That's Pennsylvania. This is not a fraud case. In Pennsylvania, now he's sitting there saying there's rampant fraud. We have to talk about all the fraud, but in court, when he's under oath, and he could be disbarred, and he could be sanctioned, which is more what he cares about, sanctioned thousands of dollars. A judge could just say $100,000 sanction for lying about the voter fraud. and wasting everybody's time and the country's time. He could, if he wanted to. A judge could do that. Yeah, not a fraud case, Your Honor. Meanwhile, let's spend 2 hours talking about it.
Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, Las Vegas, Nevada? Or is it more likely that this was a common plan that maybe started with the whole idea of having mail ballots because it gives you a much wider range to cheat? When you had just a small number of absentee ballots, like 400,000, you have a certain range that you can cheat. When you have 250 or 2.5 million, you have a much bigger range to do that. So when you hear that testimony about not being allowed to see the ballot, you have to understand it's much more important than just that individual ballot. On election night, when I went to sleep, maybe when you did, President Trump was leading in your state by somewhere around 700 to 800,000 votes, depending on when you went to sleep. That's a huge number of votes. 65% of the vote had been cast. Under normal circumstances, like if this were a fair media, your state would have been called for Trump. I mean, no. Virginia was called with 10% of the vote. It turned out to be separated by 1%. I think we may have actually won Virginia, but that's another battle. Michigan, we were ahead by 300,000 votes. Wisconsin, more. Georgia, we were down to 90% and ahead. What are the odds that they all switched overnight? They just switched.
Well, they didn't switch overnight, and what they did was they counted the ballots, the legally cast ballots. It's not that confusing.
By the next day. I think you're going to see how that...
This is an OAN. OAN does a better job of it.
I think you're going to see how that happened. And I think there are a couple of statistics that you have to really closely look at. I'll just mention them, and then we'll move on to the witnesses. We have calculated, and the evidence will show, that there were 682,770 mail-in ballots that were entered into your votes in just Allegheny County and in Philadelphia that were not observed by any single Republican. Those ballots could have all been for Joe Biden. They could have all been for someone else. They could have had no identifying data. They could have been from the same person. There could have been multiples of them. There could have been no name on them. We have no idea if that's true. And it will be very hard now to...
We do, actually, because they're inspected when they get there.
Kind of put them together. We could ask, and you could subpoena all of the outer envelopes.
Yeah.
It'd be very interesting to take a look at the 682,770 outer envelopes. It'd be very interesting if they were kept. And it would be very interesting to see how many of them weren't filled out. But
they are kept.
In any event, under the law
in Pennsylvania. Okay, well, wait to see what he says about the law
of your state, which is set by you.
Yeah.
Those ballots are illegal. No. The judge, mistakenly in his opinion, said that we want to disenfranchise 6 million people. We don't want to disenfranchise anyone. We want to disqualify 682,000 votes so that 74 million people are not disenfranchised. Because that's what happened by the cheating that went on here.
What about, you could do that. You could flip Pennsylvania over for Trump. Wouldn't matter. Biden still wins. He still wins. So if you were to switch over multiple states and disenfranchise all those people, you'd also be disenfranchising the 80 million people who voted for Biden, which is more than the people that voted for Trump. San Francisco was winning the 2020 Super Bowl 20-10 after the third quarter. What are the odds that Kansas City would score 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter? San Francisco got 0 points. That's football fraud. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'll give you one other enormously puzzling statistic.
Oh, good. Please do.
You sent out in the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania 148 absentee or mail-in ballots. You received back 1.4 million approximately. However, in the count for president, you counted 2.5 million.
Hold on, I got to hear this.
I don't know what accounts for that 700,000 difference. We have calculated, and the evidence will show, that there were 682,000
qualify
682,000 votes so that 74 million people, you receive back statistic.
Yeah.
You sent out in the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania 148 absentee or mail-in ballots.
No,
You received back,
that's way more.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 148 absentee or mail-in ballots. You sent out in the state of...
Listen to this. Am I going nuts? Because I was trying to find you guys a better feed where we could see the front of Giuliani on one, and my brain, just a little bit of it, the part, it's right back here, and it broke. And it was like, that's not a thing. I have a little part, I can literally feel where my brain just goes, listen to what he says.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 148 absentee or mail-in ballots.
No, that's million. 1 million, not 1,000. I just not. What? How is he in charge of it? Look at Dr. Fauci back here wiping her brow. Like, what is he saying? They don't realize. This guy, no reaction. Let's watch.
You sent out in the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania 148 absentee or mail-in ballots. You received back...
No reaction.
1.4 million approximately. However, in the count for president, you counted 2.5 million. I don't know what accounts for that 700,000 difference between the number of ballots you sent out and the number of ballots that ended up in the count.
Probably because some were requested, probably because some were always on a mail-in ballot. Maybe some of those are provisional ballots. If that was a thing, if that was a real thing, one of the judges involved in one of the cases would have said, hey, hold on, because that is glaring. And if I was the judge, I would have said, like, hold on, did you just confuse millions with thousands? Isn't that what you made made fun of Joe Biden for multiple times and said that he couldn't be president because he was going nuts? So if that's your qualification for someone being nuts, confusing millions and thousands, and when Joe Biden would do it, he would correct himself, by the way. Here we are 2 minutes later, Giuliani still hasn't corrected that number, and none of the Republicans seem to have reacted to it.
That number, 2,589,242, was on your government website. 2 million out, and the number of ballots that ended up in the count. That number, 2,589,242.
Hold on, I'll look that up.
Was on your government website until yesterday. And yesterday it was removed without explanation. I'm going to be very interested in hearing what the explanation is. And I can't imagine you could possibly certify without knowing the explanation to that, as well as the explanation to the 22,686 mail-in ballots that were returned on the day they were mailed. That's a trick. How about they were returned? How about 32,591 were returned?
No, all of his numbers are way off. By October 30th, the state had announced that 2.2 million mail or absentee ballots were already returned. By the end of October, his numbers are meaningless. He has no idea what he's talking about.
The day after they were mailed. Another 20,000 were returned before they were mailed. Of course, this is, I think this is a kind of a low count, and I guess the crooks in Philadelphia are disappointed in this. They only submitted 8,021 ballots from dead people, mail-in ballots for dead people. It's probably easier for dead people to submit mail-in ballots than it is to vote in person. You had about 30,000 of those. We're checking the records of the cemeteries around Philadelphia. You have 4,984 mail-in ballots that were never requested. And on...
Here's his problem. The first number he gave us, which was thousands, but it was actually millions, that was the number requested from registered Democrats as of the 3rd of November. He's not including the 600,000 requested by Republicans, and another almost 300,000 requested by independents. I figured that out in 4 seconds. 4 seconds. How is this man in charge of anything? Oh my God. More than 1.6 million requested by Democrats alone. He's not including the other figures. Such idiocy. That's according to Politico, by the way.
On and on and on and on.
They don't Political. This is an article from the 3rd, so Politico doesn't know Rudy's about to say this, but that's the only. It took me that long to figure out.
Election, because of these 2 counties and maybe one other, is a sham. It's a disgrace to your state.
That's not the sham and disgrace that's happening right now, Rudy. The man is stupid.
And finally, I don't need to remind you of this.
He's making 20 grand a day or whatever he's making. He's got himself a legal dream team. And I'm all like, please don't cancel my unemployment. Please extend it beyond Christmas. It's just not right.
I think I need to remind America of this. The election for the President of the United States is not run by the governor of your state. It's not run by your election commissioner. The United States Constitution makes it clear who has the responsibility for running this election. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of our Constitution doesn't say that ABC gets to call the winner or CNN. It says
they're calling the winner, just like they call a football game or a golf match. Oh, this is what we're seeing. They're not actually declaring someone.
Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct.
Yeah.
A number of electors. It's the state legislature that controls this process.
Right. In a manner that they select. And that manner has been selected in every state, and it involves, for the most part, the popular vote determining the electors. And the state itself has a constitution wherein everyone is designated in terms of what they do with the election. And there are laws. The states have laws. Wow.
It's your power. It's your responsibility.
And many legislatures before them took that responsibility and designated how it was all going to happen.
And I think you know, and you have to convince the rest of your members, Republican and Democrat, they owe that to the people of your state, and they owe that to the people of the United States. Because if this happens without consequence, if they can just enter 600,000 some odd mail-in ballots without allowing a single Republican to view it, what's to say that next time they won't?
There were Republicans who were involved in the counting. There were Republicans in the room. There were a non-zero number of Republican observers. That's been admitted to in court by a law team that then quit because they're like, this is ridiculous.
To 1 million or 2 million. I know crooks really well. You give them an inch and they take a mile, and you give them a mile and they take your whole country.
He knows crooks really well. You give them an inch and they take a mile, and you give them a mile and they'll take your whole country. They'll become president of the United States. Trust me, I know crooks really, really well.
So now we'll proceed with the witnesses.
Oh, good. Freedom clap.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Giuliani.
Aww.
I've been informed that we have also been joined on Zoom by Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill, Representative Don Kiefer, Representative Barb Gleim from Central Pennsylvania, Representative Darrell Metcalf from Butler County, and Senator Langerhoek from Johnstown area. Senator Mastriano, would you like to introduce our next panel for the, looks to me like several people for 15 minutes as well.
Yes, thank you, Senator Argo. So our witnesses, first off, Jenna Ellis, do you have any comments for the floor? Or?
Oh, good.
Thank you. Legal advisor to President Trump.
Thank you very much. And I'll reserve my comments for the end, and I would just echo everything that the mayor so eloquently stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a revised list here.
Do you want to echo the part where he eloquently stated that there were 1,876 462,629 tens votes sent out? Do you want to echo that eloquent part? Just, I want for the record, can we?
So we'd like
for the record, in this non-official legislative body hearing in a hotel. By the way, try the buffet.
to call forth Justin Queter from Philadelphia. Justin, are you here? Okay, outstanding. If you
No, Mr. Queter unfortunately has quit.
come up to the table, please, my friend. And Kim Peterson out of Pittsburgh.
Aha, they're friends. This whole thing is rigged.
Kim, are you here? Come forth,
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
We have a seat for you here, I guess.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Just sit right here. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leah.
Leah.
Leah Hopes, where are you, Leah? Please come forth. Yeah, Kayla, could you push those two chairs over? Thank you. And that American flag is mine to be set on the table. I appreciate
right,
it.
nice and close together. Kayla,
And then,
did you get that? Yeah.
Greg
Now
Stenstrom from
get
Delaware
American
County.
flag.
You're zooming
Can we
in,
get
I
more
believe.
people in there?
Oh, he's there?
Right now,
Yeah, of
just
course, I
buddy
met
up
you.
there.
Come on over, brother.
Everybody just hug. Just like, and I'll need you all to share one microphone and speak simultaneously. Really get in there. Really get
Okay,
close to the
if you
microphone.
can,
Okay, we're gonna have this hearing with ASMR. Everybody just get right up to the microphone. And if you want to rub your beard, if you have one, against the microphone itself, to help the kids at home get some sleep. It's a different world.
Among yourselves, please divide up the next 15 minutes, and again, we'll hold all questions until the end. Please begin.
Testify close to Tiny Dancer.
I'll start.
Bum, bum, bum.
Thank you, senators and representatives, for inviting me to this important hearing. My name is Justin.
I like the fact that he announces every single consonant in important. Thank you for calling me today to this important hearing. I would like to discuss some of the activities.
Justin C. Queter, Kweder. I am a resident and registered voter in the city and county of Philadelphia. I'm an attorney. I am barred here in the Commonwealth. I am a volunteer certified GOP canvass observer. I was present at the Philadelphia Convention Center during the pre-canvass, canvass processing, and counting of the ballots cast in this year's general election.
Wow. That sounds really important. I just want some cookies. If anyone can hear me, I want some cookies. There's nobody here. I'm all alone on Thanksgiving.
First present as an observer at the Convention Center and at the count on Election Day. I returned as a volunteer observer to watch the process every day for the next 10 days. I'd approximate I was there for about 85 hours over those 10 days.
Okay.
Part of the reason that I kept going back was so that I could authoritatively speak about what I saw. And again, thank you for letting me be here. Because what I saw was problematic, to say the least. I can tell you that I am an eyewitness to many issues and irregularities that were observed in Philadelphia with the processing and counting of the vote. I was a witness to
I'm going to keep listening on my phone. I'll be back.
too many issues and irregularities to cover in a brief opening statement. And as such, I will now focus on just two issues that I did personally observe. First, the Philadelphia Board of Elections processed hundreds of thousands.
Oh, hold on. Guys, I think I have some hummus. Maybe I'll go get some crackers and hummus. Stay tuned.
Of mail-in ballots with zero civilian oversight or observation. The mail-in ballots were handled, processed, opened, and counted in Hall F of the Convention Center. Hall F is a vast room, approximately 350 feet by 350 feet. That's about 120,000 square feet. The Board of Elections erected a fence.
That's 120 square thousand million square feet. So come on. Guy's not an attorney. The reason I returned for 85 hours is because it took me that long to realize that volunteering meant that I couldn't actually bill for those hours. And at that point I said, well, this doesn't seem as important anymore.
Fence approximately 50 feet into the hall that ran the length of the room. All observers were corralled behind the fence. More than 100 board workers were processed and opened mail-in ballots on the other side of the fence. These masked workers were arranged throughout the 120,000 square feet at a distance from the observers of about 10 feet to more than 200 feet away from us. Unlike what some may have reported in the media, the vast majority, and I'd estimate at least 96% of the board workers were processing mail-in ballots 15 to 200 plus feet from us. Due to the distance of the workers from the erected fences, it was impossible for me or any observer to see what the workers were doing with any type of specificity. The observers were not able to challenge any decision or determination being made about the processing of these mail-in ballots. No civilian oversight over hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots, zero opportunity for observers to observe, challenge, or inspect the mail-ins being opened. I find this to be an issue and to be irregular. Move on to the second point, the pink highlighted duplicate ballots, which I haven't heard about, at least not in the media. As the weeks progressed, the observers were informed that the board was going to be duplicating damaged mail-in ballots that could not be read by the scanners. I was told that there were more than 5,000 of these damaged ballots. I was also told that the actual number was unknown and could be much higher. The process for duplicating these ballots was for two workers to work as a pair. One worker reading out loud what was marked on the original damaged ballot, and the second worker using a pink highlighter to mark the choice on the duplicate ballot. The board's plan then was to run the pink highlighted ballots through the scanners where they would be counted as votes. The board workers did this pink highlighter duplication work over the course of a couple days until thousands of ballots were duplicated with these pink highlighters. On Thursday, November 12th, the observers were informed that the pink highlighter could not be read by the scanners. They all had to be done again. All of the duplicated mail-in ballots had to be fixed. And the Philadelphia Board of Elections' solution to this problem was to give the workers who were working alone, individually, stacks of hundreds of what amounted to blank mail-in ballots. And the workers, individually, were to fill in the correct highlighted ovals with dark pen. No observation. They were marking thousands of blank mail-in ballots. The workers did this double recreation work for hours before the observers realized what was going on, because we weren't told what was going on. Only when the observers confronted the deputy commissioner about this irregularity was a system set up where the workers would show the observers each double recreated mail-in ballot by flashing it at them for a second from a distance of 6 to 20 feet away, for as good as that was. Thousands of mail-in ballots were ultimately counted in this way. Again, I find this to be an issue and to be irregular.
Yeah, this is not irregular. This is what happens in all of the elections throughout Pennsylvania. This is standard process. There's absolutely nothing irregular about this. This was discussed in court, and the judges, seven judges said this is exactly how the law is designed to work. You are not allowed to see the ballots themselves close enough so that you can tell for whom they voted. That's part of the process. What this lawyer is talking about is not irregular in any way. So say 5 judges out of 7 in the affirmative, and 2 saying we're not even going to talk about it because the point is moot. In other words, nothing that has been discussed in this courtroom would affect the outcome of the election. We wash our hands of this, send it away. And it was rejected by all 7 judges, some of them Republican. So there you have it. Anyway, back to this guy.
As Senator Mastriano recently said, elections are a fundamental principle of our democracy. Unfortunately, Pennsylvanians have lost faith in the electoral system, end quote. And let me add a quote that Philadelphia City Commissioner of Elections Al Schmidt just made when he said about these recent elections in Philadelphia that these were the most secure and transparent elections in Philadelphia's history, end quote. Now, I wasn't around for every election in Philadelphia's history, but I can tell you as an eyewitness, for 10 days, for more than 80 hours, what I saw was not a secure and transparent election. There are major concerns about the legitimacy of hundreds of thousands of ballots that were counted in Philadelphia. A secure and transparent election. There are major concerns about the legitimacy of hundreds of thousands of ballots that were counted in Philadelphia. Excuse me. All right. Let me finish with this. May I suggest to you that any restoration of faith on the part of Pennsylvanians in our electoral system can and will only be accomplished after an investigation into this election, only after the law is properly applied to this election. The idea that we can just move on by making sure that the law is properly applied in the next election is, in my opinion, unacceptable. The issues, irregularities, and illegitimacy of what I saw leads me to conclude that the laws of the Commonwealth and of the United States were not being followed in Philadelphia when hundreds of thousands of ballots were counted in this year's general election. Action must be taken now to maintain our free and fair elections and to preserve and protect our elections' integrity. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Peterson, and I appreciate that I'm here today. Thank you all for having me here today. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I am here to tell you what I witnessed as a canvasser where at the warehouse where they open the mail-in ballots and separate them from the envelopes, as we had been discussing. As the afternoon of Election Day, I went to the down to the warehouse to be a canvasser, as a Republican representative, to be able to watch them open the mail-in ballots. And as the gentleman, Justin, just described, as I was led back to the area where we were able to view them opening the mail-in ballots, we were kept in a corral that was at least 15 to 20 feet from any of the representatives, and that was the closest people opening the ballots. There were.
She's talking to the people who wrote those laws. That's fine. The Pennsylvania law does not allow you to see ballots being taken out of envelopes which have personal information on them, signatures, etc., and then have the security envelopes taken. By the way, that whole process happens. There's a security envelope inside the regular envelope, which is very confusing for people. But that is to stop people from identifying the poll workers from identifying who's on that envelope with that vote. That's why the whole process is set up, and it was Republicans who wanted that. And the Democrats said, hey, you know that signature envelope, it's going to confuse people, especially some older folks. They're not going to know. They're not used to the whole, like, oh, put it in the security envelope and then put that in the regular envelope, etc. That whole process is designed specifically so that people like this woman can't tell for whom I'm voting.
People that were, 50, 100 feet from us. The closest that was 20 feet about, and you could not see at all the envelope, the ballot itself, where they were stacking them, anything that was required that we were able to see. There were also monitors up around the area. The monitors were pathetic, to be honest. They were fuzzy, looked like they were using old technology as far as, we have...
Like what we're watching right now? I'm with you.
The most clearest televisions created, in the world now. And these were, probably from the 60s. You're looking at all of these multiple cameras, screenshots put together of people opening ballots, but you could not even see at all.
They weren't screenshots. Oh, by the way, all of this was available to the general public on YouTube. Anybody could watch the proceedings. And during the time of COVID, you actually could get a better view at home on your computer and or widescreen television than you were if you were there, because there you had to stand a certain distance back as mandated by the law.
or witness anything if anything was any misdoing or anything going wrong. It was very discouraging on my part. I was very much looking forward to being a part of that day and representing myself and Pennsylvania.
You were looking forward to doing something that wasn't legal, and you weren't allowed to do it. Folks, I just wanted to, you know, I try not to get emotional, but fuck your feelings, lady. I've reached the fuck your feelings. I'm there. I'm at that level. I wanted to go and break the law, and all of the people there wouldn't let me do it. And my last name isn't even real. I'm sorry. I promised my husband, Mr. Rosewater, that I would. I just wanted to be part of the grift.
In a fair election, and I was, I guess, discouraged about it. I love this country, and I love Pennsylvania. I was not born and raised in Pennsylvania, but I have been here for 30 years, and it is very important to me that
this is one of those ladies who just gives you all the information you don't need.
Election be fair, and thank you again for having me.
Now I'm going to touch the mic and hand it over to the vampire sitting next to me.
First and foremost, excuse me, my name is Leah Hoops. I'm from Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I was a poll watcher on the day of election, and I was also present at the...
And let me tell you, the dead people were voting on... I know dead people. Trust me. There's dead and there's undead, and there were definitely some dead people.
Counting Center in Chester, Pennsylvania. So first and foremost, thank you to this committee and all those involved, and especially Senator Mastriano and former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. To our fearless and brave president, thank you for being our shield and putting us first, and I am forever grateful. It is an absolute honor to be a part of this hearing and to finally have an opportunity to speak about what took place in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I feel as an American that it is my duty to help protect the integrity of our elections, not just for me, but for every American. There are many who have lost life and limb for my right to vote. I want to give a brief introduction and history of how I got involved in this election. 4 years ago, Donald Trump came down an escalator, and I knew that he was here to take back our country. I was born and raised in Delaware County, in a conservative home. I was taught from an early age to love thy neighbor, defend your country, and by all means, always speak the truth. I took those values throughout my life and applied them in every avenue possible, which brings me up to the present. And about 18 months ago, I became a volunteer and assisted with a campaign for a magisterial judge. In that process, I was approached by my current chairman and became an appointed...
That's where Chester is, right? It's a suburb of Philadelphia, basically.
...committeewoman for the Bethel Township Republican Party. In conjunction with my committee position, I also started volunteering for the Trump campaign, registering voters, and assisting with events. During this time, I started a watchdog group and reached out to the Thomas More Society. Now, associates, we've been focusing our efforts in election integrity. Our greatest efforts have been in following closely the newly elected and completely Democrat-run...
I just want to take a moment and say, out of fairness, the camera that they're using, I believe, is the robotic camera that they had stationed at the front of of the senators that you saw there. And they were just rotating it robotically, and somehow now Right Side Broadcast has access to that feed. Or maybe they're grabbing that feed from the Pennsylvania State Legislature or the Republican. Excuse me, I don't know. It is not a flattering camera at all. She may be a very beautiful woman. She may be ugly. The bottom line is it doesn't matter. Some people are making fun of her looks. I think she looks like a vampire. I'm making fun of the way that she looks with that camera. Much the same way as I am using a security camera, which has a very wide angle and makes everything look very strange. And my nose actually is really this big now that I'm looking at it. Let's move on.
Delaware County Council and the Democrat Majority Election Board. This also includes any and all contractors, support staff, and any key players involved. What we found was actually concerning. Not only was private grant...
Oh, she's going to get herself on Hannity.
...money used from the Center for Tech and Life owned by Google and Mark Zuckerberg, but pop-up voter sites were also approved. These pop-up voter sites were placed in heavily Democrat cities, including Chester and Upper Darby, Pennsylvania, in which case the grant money from the CTCL was used to pay for electioneering. It was literally a one-stop shop.
I'm sorry, used to pay for election what? Did anybody hear what she's saying?
Was used to pay for electioneering. It was literally a one-stop shop. Walk in, apply, get your ballot, submit, and you were out the door.
Is she saying electioneering?
Where this didn't take place was in heavily Republican and independent areas. Let's also make note that the voting machine warehouse supervisor is a Bernie Sanders delegate, who was also solely responsible for every scanner, machine, V-card, and all machines with absolutely zero experience in this area. The real story is...
Oh, they're giving her a bad microphone. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you, worker.
The real story is the $2.1 million spent to move the counting center from the courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania to the north and
It was working just fine. And remember, in Pennsylvania, they say if it ain't broke, fuck with it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could just hold on a moment there. We were having difficulty in the booth. It's not that we couldn't hear you properly, but we could not, in fact, see your shadow. And we were trying to figure out why. Also, that is a mirror next to you, and you are not visible in that mirror. Could we get a new mirror? Because she's...
Okay. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I forgot where I was.
Okay, kill the feed from the bad mic, please.
Okay, so the real story is the $2.1 million spent to move the counting center from the courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania, which has been something that has been done for decades, to the wharf in Chester, Pennsylvania. Let me explain to you the layout of the counting center. It is in the middle of a huge parking lot, which sits back on Seaport Drive next to loading docks. It has multi-million-dollar connections to the company Power HRG and Subaru Park Soccer Stadium. The counting center was on the first floor, in which there were multiple places to...
Hold on. Let's just go back, and I want you to hear where she's going with this, because this is gold. Wait, tell us about where that counting center was again for your electioneering.
Explain to you the layout of the counting center.
Yeah, please.
It is in the middle of a huge parking lot.
Oh my God!
Which sits back on Seaport Drive.
Oh my
next
God!
to loading docks.
Loading
It
docks?
has multi-million-dollar connections to the company Power HRG and Subaru Park Soccer Stadium.
Oh no!
The counting center was
the company that has the soccer loading docks. That's multiple connections. Oh, you can see the red lines all lining up with each other. Somebody get the yarn!
On the first floor, in which there were multiple places to bring in ballots in and out of, elevators and many rooms in which workers had access.
Right.
I was there for 3 straight days. What became of concern was the back room, which had no observers, no line of sight or transparency into the process.
What?
There was no...
Wait, is that by the big parking lot or not? Why are we? What's the significance of the big parking lot?
Operation, complete resistance from election night and every day after.
Yeah.
It took until...
I love that they're scanning the senators and Congress people here too, just to get their reactions. By the way, this is the old man from Up. This is him when he's 27.
Our lawyer got an injunction to get into that back room in which pre-canvassing was transpiring. Even with an injunction, which was a joke, we were granted 5 minutes every 2 hours. And the setup was sitting in a chair 20 feet from any physical ballot.
Yeah.
I truly wish I had enough time today to recreate what I witnessed and felt during those moments, but we did not gather here today just for me and my experience, but rather a collection of experiences from Americans like myself.
Seems
What
like
I
a
hope
waste
to
of time
achieve is
mention
for the
that.
public to understand is what we is that we have stuck our necks out, have been intimidated, threatened, bullied, have spent countless hours away from our families, friends, and jobs. We have signed affidavits,
None of which are voter fraud, by the way.
under penalty of perjury, which should be consideration enough to know that this is a very serious issue. I'm here for one thing only, and that is to speak the truth. This is not about party. This is about my country.
I'm here for one thing only. I was told there would be Kraken. and I brought my own Worcestershire sauce to try, because I've heard it's really tangy. Most people just do butter, but if you dip it in the butter, I can't have butter for unknown reason.
Every American deserves transparency, truth, and be able to question those in power without fear of intimidation, bullying, or backlash. I hope this
Every American deserves transparency when they look in the mirror in the morning. Sorry, every American deserves transparency, comma. When they look in the mirror in the morning, they have to be able to see.
committee takes action if needed, and justice will be swift to anyone involved in fraudulent activity. The Republic is angry, disgruntled, tired, beaten up, and ready to defend this country.
Goddamn right we are. Hold on, ready to defend this country? Oh, sorry. That's a call to civil war. Judges said so. I didn't know the same bell worked for both. Freedom clap.
Thank you. Without election integrity, we are just another banana republic. I thank you again for your time, efforts, and service, and it is an honor to be here and to be part of a historical moment. Thank you.
Historic. If I could just place the mic directly next to the speaker.
It's a tough group to follow. My name is Gregory Stenstrom. I'm from Delaware County. I'm a father, a family man. I was a former commanding officer and executive officer in the Navy.
Thank you for your service.
I'm a veteran of foreign wars. I'm a CEO of my own private company. I'm a data scientist. I'm a forensic computer scientist. I'm an expert in security and fraud.
Oh, yeah.
Leah had recruited me for this election, and I was glad. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So for the first part of the day, I was a poll watcher in the city of Chester.
The recruiting process involved a series of bites to the neck and also at one point to the areas of the body below the waist.
And I was with just another former U.S. Marine officer, and the two of us were the only GOP poll watchers.
Chris Wilson says Trump had a bad case of the freedom clap in the 70s. It was his personal Vietnam. It's true. Correct.
In the city of Chester, which is about 40,000 people. Because of the consolidation for COVID, there were 7 polls that we were allowed to, that we were able to make it to in 22 precincts. What we saw out there was pretty orderly and exciting. People were excited to vote. One of the things we saw out in the field was
parking lots, large parking lots. Were there loading docks?
That people, quite a few people had done mail-in ballots. So they came in and they hadn't been updated in the Delaware County database yet. So they would come in and say, the database is not showing me on the database, I'd like to vote. So the process, one of the processes was to give them a provisional ballot.
Yep.
And then they would vote provisionally, and then later on their vote would be sorted out.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. I observed, and the gentleman that was with me observed 7 different polls where the people were given a regular ballot. So they cast a vote and put it in. We let it happen a few times. We didn't jump.
That's bad. That is bad. This guy actually has a point, if that's what was happening.
All over them, happened a couple of times. We went up. In all cases, the election judges were very forthcoming, very polite. They apologized and they said they couldn't do it. But that somewhat spurred me to go down to the county. Apologized and they said they couldn't do it. But that somewhat spurred me up. In all cases, the election judges were very. The gentleman that was with me observed 7 different polls where the people were given a regular ballot. So they cast a vote and put it in. We let it.
Okay, so this is what we've got so far here. People had voted by mail, or so they thought they voted by mail. They went in. At that point, they weren't able to find that their ballot had been accepted by the state. Once the ballots are accepted by the state, it appears online, and you can check to see whether your ballot has arrived properly. In Philadelphia, where close to 33% of the mail was not arriving on time, this is a suburb of Philadelphia, Donald Trump suggested, and also, of course, some Democrats suggested, if you don't think your vote has arrived because of the problems with the mail, etc., go in and cast a ballot. At that point, you're supposed to get a provisional ballot He is saying that they observed at least 7 times people getting regular ballots. Now, here's where he loses me.
It happened a few times. You know, we didn't jump all over them. You know, it happened a couple of times. We went up. In all cases, the election judges were very forthcoming, very polite. They apologized and they said they couldn't do it.
Couldn't do what? That's what I'm missing here. After a couple of cases, we went up. The judges were polite and said they couldn't do it. Who couldn't do what? What is he talking about?
But that somewhat spurred me to go down to the counting center, which Leah described. It's on the Seaport Ave. It's a remote building, not much around it.
Oh, yeah, there is. There's a giant parking lot.
And I wanted to take a look. All day long, I had been told that there were 10 to 20 GOP poll watchers down there, and that everything was well in hand. And out of curiosity, I decided to go down.
Who told you that?
I arrived at 6 o'clock with 4 other gentlemen, again, former military and some good citizens from Delaware County. And we weren't allowed to get in until 11 o'clock at night, and we had to get some legal help to get us in. So it took us 5 hours to get upstairs. After that, you know, what we saw here is, what I saw is, I really think the crux of this in Delaware County is, as an expert in this, I think it's impossible to verify the validity of about 100,000 to 120,000 votes. Now, Delaware County's got 425,000 registered voters. Approximately 300,000 of them voted. I don't know what the exact number ended up. Mayor Giuliani nailed that number. But of that number, over 100,000 are in question in my mind. What I saw as a forensics expert was an election process that was forensically destructive in the manner it was conducted, with the envelopes being separated from the ballots and gone to the other side of the room. And the problem with that from being forensically destructive is that when you go to do a recount, okay, the machines did a pretty good job of recounting, so if I have 120,000 ballots, mail-in ballots at one side of the room and envelopes at the other side of the room, it's still going to come out 102,000 votes for Vice President Biden and 18,000 votes for President Trump. I don't care how many times you recount those votes, you know, the ballot's going to come out the same every time.
Right, but this is America and we do a secret ballot! What is confusing about that? I have this, by the way. Hold on. I'll find it while I do this.
So the notion of a recount in a forensically destructive process doesn't work very well.
No.
What we saw there, what I saw there was
But the whole point of the process is to make it difficult to forensically examine who voted for whom. That's the point. Gee, how do people not get that?
Chain of custody in all cases that was broken. It was broken for the mail-in ballots, the Dropbox ballots, the Election Day USB card flash drives. In all cases, the chain of custody.
It's broken for all voting. All voting. Because even when you go and you sign in at a polling place and you vote yourself on one of the machines, that is not traced to you. It's secret. Oh, Trump just pardoned Flynn? Did he? Yeah, okay, multiple people are saying that. All right, well, we knew that was coming.
And the procedures that were defined by the Delaware County Board of Elections and Election Process Review they didn't follow one. I couldn't even redline this multi-page document because the entire document would be, they didn't follow any of the procedures. So I personally observed USB V cards being uploaded to the voting machines by the voting machine warehouse supervisor on multiple occasions. I saw this personally. I brought it to the attention of the deputy sheriff who was there stationed, who was a senior law enforcement officer.
I'm not sure where that issue's coming from. We're getting... my internet is super good, so it's something from Right Side Broadcasting that's happening. Hello? We'll give it a second here.
And I brought it to the attention of the clerk of elections. I brought it to their attention. I objected, and I said, this person is not being observed. He's not part of the process that I can see, and he's walking in with baggies, which we have pictures of, and it was submitted in our affidavits, and he was sticking these USBs into the machines. So I personally witnessed that happened 24 times, over 24 times.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. The USBs, he's saying that the USBs were uploaded. No, the USBs could also have been downloading information or not uploading at all. In fact, there's really no reason to upload information in the middle of election. You're downloading information. This is the security expert, and by the way, thank you for your service. This is the security expert who doesn't know the difference between uploading and downloading.
We have multiple other witnesses that saw it, including Democrat poll watchers. And we were told, I was told the next day by the solicitors, well, actually not the solicitor, but the attorney that we had secured, that they said every election they leave a couple of USBs in the voting machines and they're brought back, and generally the warehouse manager comes over and puts them in. So in talking to the U.S. Attorney General McSwain and other law enforcement officers, I found out that was not the case, that generally, more than two is unusual. So they denied they did it, but as of today,
This is nothing official. Plagued by society. This is what we're seeing right now is absolutely nothing official.
47 USBV cards are missing, and they're nowhere to be found. So I was told personally that these 24 to 30 cards that were uploaded weren't there. Those cards, I demanded that they didn't update the vote live time. They only updated it about once every 2 or 3 hours. I demanded they updated the vote so I could see what
So all of this that he's talking about right now, irrelevant because they have the paper ballots. They have them, so they can do a recount. All of this, oh, these USBs and it wasn't updated everybody. It doesn't matter. Recounts can be done. There are paper ballots, and in every single county where recounts have been done, everything matches up perfectly. In fact, when it's a hand recount, in Georgia, for instance, the humans are far more likely to make an error than the machines doing the counting. Not a single instance of hand recount has disagreed with what the machine said. Not one, not in the country.
What the result was, and it was 50,000 votes. And
okay,
I think as a what the result was, and it was 50,000 votes. And I think as a computer scientist, an American, and a patriot, it doesn't matter who those 50,000 votes were. I'll tell you they were for Vice President Biden. But what was shocking to me as an American is...
You know that. You know that for a fact, do you, Mr. Security Expert? Mr. We need the forensics? This is such bullshit. Again, thank you for your service, but you're a fucking idiot, sir.
Someone who is gone...
You are hurting America, okay? You can't balance out all your service by then trying to hurt America and ending up carbon neutral. You are not a patriot, sir. You are hurting this country right now with this complete nonsense. And you just explained the separation of the ballots from the signature envelope. You just explained the forensic of having a paper copy of the ballots. Everything you're saying right now is meaningless because we know there's not a single point of failure involved here. No SPF.
Gone to sea, gone to war, that could even happen. So several other things that came up was on Thursday, it took us 3 days for them to obey the court order that I secured with Leah's help and the help.
Logical lady, they don't have the power to do that.
Of the Thomas More Society, who we thank incredibly good patriots. They got us in there. They got the order for us to get in and watch it, look at the back offices, which were locked, for 5 minutes every 2 hours. I went in. I was the first one allowed to go in at 1:30 on Thursday, and then again at 3:30 for 5 minutes. The county solicitor had a stopwatch. On the first time, I was not allowed to touch anything. The second time, I did.
There are always procedures that aren't followed in elections. And if you're voting your PTA, there's procedure. Is the election valid? Yes. Does that mean there's fraudulent votes? No. The election results stand regardless of procedures.
What I observed in the locked room.
No, it's not federal law, logical lady. That's funny, you have an ironic title. Constitution mandates that the state legislatures have the power to determine how the electors are granted. But in every state, including Pennsylvania, they have mandated that power to certain authorities. In Pennsylvania, it is the popular vote that determines all electors from one party or the other, whoever gets, or any party, quite frankly, whoever gets the most popular votes, those electors, that's how those electors are chosen. You can't change the law after the election. It cannot be done. That's not how this country works. We are a country of laws, and those laws are already set in stone. You can't do it after the election.
In the back office was 70,000 unopened mail-in ballots. They were in boxes of 500, stacked in neatly. The gentleman that came in with me was a Democrat poll watcher, is a forensic pathologist, a very detailed, very dedicated man, and he took meticulous notes as well. And I verified with him, are you seeing what I'm seeing? We both agreed as GOP poll watchers and a Democrat poll watcher that we had witnessed 60 to 70,000. We had a little bit of a disagreement there. The problem with that was by that time, the mail-in ballots had already been counted. So 120,000 mail-in ballots had already been counted, posted, and done. So my question is, where did the 70,000 ballots go? And nobody knows. We have a picture in here of a large number of boxes that I took that were filled with what appeared to be ballots sitting by the Blue Crest machine. They were there for about 3 hours, and then they disappeared. I thought it notable.
Dr. Howard is right there. You can change the law after the election. It applies to the next election. Ex post facto, you can't change it to the last one. You can change procedures prior to the election. You can do that. Then this one case, the lower courts in Pennsylvania said, no, you can't do that. And then the upper court said, okay, hold on. And then the Supreme Court, Justice Alito said, you need to separate those ballots. So we know any ballots who came up to 3 days after. And then the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania said, no, I think we're good. Go ahead and count them. That's fine. We're okay. So the courts have already weighed in on that. And it's a moot point.
Well, when I watched it, when they were taking the ballots up and down, I said, I am an expert in fraud. I saw the ballots going up multiple elevators and around.
No, logical lady, that's fine. You can eliminate all of those ballots. It still doesn't swing the election. It does not give Trump the election. Even if you were correct, even if it goes to the Supreme Court, at which point they wouldn't hear it anyway because it's moot. If you don't understand what that means, let me know and I'll try and explain it if I see your comment. David Mickelson says, ProPublica, the Trump administration is aiming to bring back firing squads and electrocutions for some federal executions. We're bringing back firing squads now.
Racks. And I think a lot of well-meaning people and a lot of honest people were there doing that. They were trying to participate in the process. And I would say that 99% of the people there, the way the process was designed, I believe that people thought it was a non-fraudulent process. I heard that said many times. I was, I said, there's no fraud going on here. I said, well, I'm not, I didn't even bring that up. But I think people saw what they wanted to see, and they saw what was intended for them to see. I called it at one point Kabuki theater. I said it was all designed for us to see it. It was entertaining. There were cameras on it. When we finally got into the back room where the votes were being ingested, as a data scientist, I want to see where the data is coming in. And I wanted to know the universe of the votes. Well, the universe of the votes was only supposed to be 120,000 mail-in ballots. We were told there were 6,000 ballots remaining. So I said, okay, we have a universe of 126,000 votes. And then when I get back there, the universe wasn't 126,000 votes. The universe was 200,000 votes. So that's a problem. I think the last thing I wanted, a couple of other things, is the Blue Crest sorter machine was only manned by one person. You know, people ask me all the time, how do people commit crimes? I know there's a lot of theories here, and I always look for the simplest thing. People that stuff, sticking USB sticks in, putting ballots in. Very simple thing, only takes a couple of people. Doesn't take a big conspiracy. I think people look at things and they use inflammatory words and, like fraud and so forth. As a forensic computer...
Sorry, I just missed your comment there, Logical Lady. Yeah, there is a hearing on Friday, but it's not going to affect anything because the electors have already been appointed. The Pennsylvania, the process has already happened. The electors have been appointed. It's just a hearing. The judge has said, okay, I'll listen to what you have to say. It doesn't mean it's going to have any effect on anything. They've just been granted a hearing. That's the state Republicans, by the way. That's not the Trump case.
As a scientist, my interest is in the data. Where did it go? Where did the spoilage go? How did the data come in and go out of the system? So I think as a scientist, we need to look at that.
That's fine, but that doesn't mean there's anything nefarious about the project at all, or the process.
To audit that. What was really upsetting to me, the most upsetting, was I had...
Logical, it's done. The electors have already been appointed. It's done. The legislators can say whatever they want about it, but that's not constitutional.
Spoke to multiple law enforcement agencies and literally begged multiple law enforcement agencies. They said, go in, and they said, in order to prove that nothing's happening, you either exonerate yourselves in the process or refute what I'm saying, please. It's a very simple process. Just go get the forensic evidence from the computers. It's a simple process. You turn the computer off. It's non-destructive. Takes moments, maybe half an hour, 20 minutes to do it properly and collect the evidence. You open the computer up. You take a device called a bit blocker. You put it in the hard drive. It's done under the observation of law enforcement officers. They take a forensic image of the drive, put it all back together. It wouldn't have taken more than an hour to image all 5 machines.
Just a moment, half an hour, 20 minutes, not more than an hour.
Machines. That was never done, despite my objections, and that was 3 weeks ago. Lastly, when they said, well, we've got all the forensic...
Logical Lady, just listen to what I'm saying. It's done. Pennsylvania already appointed the electors. We have never in this country ever taken back electors once they've been appointed. Ever.
Records and so forth. We just learned 2 days ago.
Logical Lady, you can't pass something after it's already happened. That's in the Constitution. Look up ex post facto. It can't be done. The genius of this country is that you got to figure out what crime to commit before it's actually a crime. If you can get away with something and they're like, well, we really shouldn't let anyone do this again, let's pass a law, that law cannot apply to you. It's called ex post facto. F-A-C-T-O. I'm an ex post facto checker, so I know this.
Virtually all change.
Okay, what do you want me to look up about Gore? Let's settle this right now. Logical Lady, what do you want me to look up Gore? The 2000 election, right? What are you going to tell me? What got overturned there? You tell me. And then I'll tell you how you're wrong, because a lot of people in the media have been saying this, and obviously whatever bubble you live in has been giving you the wrong information.
Of custody, logs, records, yellow sheets, everything was gone. All forensic evidence, all custody sheets in Delaware County are gone. They had a signing party where they sat down, and poll workers were invited back to recreate those logs, and our understanding as of today was that they were unsuccessful in getting them all. So we have a situation where we have 100,000 ballots to 120,000 ballots, both mail-in and USB, they're in question. Now, there's no cure for this. There's no...
No! Yes! Thank you! Okay, this guy understands what he's saying. There's no cure for this. There's nothing we can do about it. That's what he just said. So it was a lovely soliloquy.
No remedy for this. As a home charter, we could have a re-election in Delaware County for our own representatives within our own town.
Right.
But there is no cure for that for the President of the United States.
There is not. That is correct.
And I don't believe as a citizen and an observer to this that anybody could certify that vote in any good conscience. And if the Democrats that were part of this process, were so,
Logical lady, I asked you a question. First off, I told you to go look up ex post facto. You haven't done that. Okay, great. You've got legislative experience. Fantastic. Tell me, you said to look up Gore. Tell me what you're talking about with Gore, because I know Bush v. Gore. Tell me what you're talking about, because I can tell you this right away. You're wrong. Everybody who talks about Bush v. Gore is wrong. Well, that's not true. But tell me. I'm giving you a chance here. I'm not freaking out. I'm enjoying this. This is fantastic. My audience is loving this as well. You told me to look up Gore. I'm assuming you're saying Bush v. Gore. Tell me. Share with us your wisdom, your legislative experience.
Had done things, followed their own procedures, which they created almost unilaterally, we would be in a situation where they could exonerate themselves and they could say, Mr. Stenstrom, you've been misinformed. We have evidence here that refutes what you say. But that's not the case. They can't do that. So I say, if you can't certify that vote, and you can't certify 100,000 votes out of 300,000, then you can't certify Delaware County. And I'm done, and thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you all. To this panel, before I have Senator Mastriano introduce the next 15-minute panel, I want to note that we've also been joined on Zoom by Representative Kathy Rapp from Northwestern Pennsylvania. Doug?
That was a 15-minute panel.
Thank you, panelists. If you can stay in the area, we're going to bring up the next group here. We're going to save questions and answers for the end. Mr. Mayor, I understand my list might not be synchronized. I'm going to ask you to introduce the next folks coming up to testify. If you could pass the mic to the mayor, somebody. Thank you, Walt.
We could call up four more witnesses like this, or we could now put on the statistical expert who could explain some of this, and then put on the additional witness. Either way you prefer. Okay, then we'll call Colonel Waldron. And if you don't mind, if I can interrupt and ask him a few questions, I can probably get it directed. It's good for me to do that because I don't understand it, so. I'm only kidding. Colonel, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Senator, Colonel, and gentlemen, ladies. My name is Phil Waldron. I'm a retired Army Colonel, 30 years. Spent the first half of my career just like Colonel Mastriano here as a cavalry officer conducting armed reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance. Last half of my career spent in information warfare as a psychological operations officer and information operations officer, conducted computer network operations, electronic warfare, special electronic warfare, deception, counter-deception, and OPSEC, and a couple other specialties.
Sir,
you still got a Stetson in his purse. So I spent all of my time as an operations officer. My perspective looking at this this problem set is how to break in, how to break it, how to destroy it, how to manipulate it. And my team has been researching this specific issue since August, but we're working with another team that's been intently working on this problem set, the voting machine manipulation, for 2 years, since the Ted Cruz and Beto race in Texas in 2018 and the Kentucky governor's race, where there were significant anomalies observed. And I'd like to add that there are many, many more teams like ours, small teams that have joined in this fight, and they're throwing the flag left and right. So there's a lot of folks who are recognizing anomalies. The voting systems in the U.S. And in Pennsylvania were built to be manipulated. They've been used in elections around the world and stolen elections.
I was listening full-heartedly to this guy until he said that the election systems are designed to be manipulated.
Around the world, in Venezuela, Italy, Argentina, Singapore, Bolivia, as close as 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia uses ES&S, Pittsburgh uses Dominion, other counties in Pennsylvania use Dominion and other systems. So what's the real deal? So all of these elections,
I'm sure you're about to tell us.
Systems have a common DNA. SGO Smartmatic sold Sequoia voting systems to Dominion in 2010. And then the Diebold company spun off Premier Election Systems to Dominion as a result of an antitrust suit. So the bottom line is that these systems have...
Yeah, no, it's not testimony right now, Logical Lady. This is... They're just reading stuff. It's testimony. If they read their affidavits, that's already testimony. Okay? That's fine. If those affidavits have been submitted in a court of law, many of them haven't, by the way. Remember that the case was already thrown out in Pennsylvania. But if they're reading their affidavits, then you could say that's testimony because it's already testimony somewhere else. They're not under oath right now. There's no one's been sworn in that I saw anyway. What they're saying right now, not testimony.
Similar code and similar functions. And just so you know.
Yeah, they're not reading their affidavits, Logical Lady.
I know there have been statements to the contrary, but I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who had firsthand knowledge of Hugo Chavez's family members who told him not to worry about the populist threat against Maduro's election in Venezuela. Quote unquote, that it was guaranteed. Their father invested the money to build the SGO voting machine system. So I have no reason to doubt this gentleman. He's sworn an affidavit to this effect. But that's the root of the SGO voting machines. So these systems are not what you've been told. They are connected to the internet and servers outside of the U.S. They're connected from top to the bottom in the middle. There is no transparency, as our previous witnesses mentioned, as to how the voter information is processed, how and where it's stored. The voting record is able to be modified and or deleted by operators, administrators, and outside threats. Operators can assign votes for write-in ballots, blank ballots, or error ballots in large numbers so that they can be directed toward one candidate or another at the operator's or supervisor's discretion. And many experts have published how easily these machines can be hacked to manipulate votes. As a matter of fact, one of our white hat hackers previously discovered a malware that's present on the servers that captures every login.
Logical Lady, no, nobody said they can't use the info from their affidavits. What? I'm sorry, but Logical Lady, you need to change the name. That's because you're not, no one said that. No one said, oh, yeah, they're not allowed to read from their affidavit. No one said that. What we're saying is this is not testimony. Yeah. This isn't even a public hearing.
Again, and every password of every operator down to the precinct level that logs into one of these systems. That's just like giving the password to your bank account out, putting it on the dark web. It's not going to be there very long. And just so you probably are all aware, on 30 September, an election storage facility was robbed in your state. 30 USB devices were stolen and a laptop. Mm-hmm. Those USB devices more than likely had encryption devices, and you've just heard another previous witness talk about the non-standard use of the USB storage devices. So these systems, in a nutshell, allow authorized and unauthorized users to cancel votes, shift votes, preload votes, vote blank ballots, all in real time and in large numbers. They're connected.
Okay, but we have the paper ballots. We have copies of the paper ballots, so it's not an issue.
From the top to the bottom. So one bad actor or a team of bad actors can have equally negative inputs. It's been described.
And that equally negative input is zero.
By another person in another state that we're working with, just like the lotto. Whoever organizes the lotto is always going to win. It's controlling the numbers and it's controlling the margin.
So this guy has gone from I'm a security expert and I was a Navy SEAL who also was in the Air Force and Space Force to The lotto's controlled by the Illuminati. No one, they determine who wins the lottery. All right. Sorry for eating while I'm talking here, but this is bigger than way bigger than all of us. At some point, somebody with some sense should just kind of whisper in his ear and cover the microphone while he's doing so. You sound like a fucking nut. I think we're good. I think we're good. Thank you for coming by today. Go ahead and take some Kraken on your way out.
Our experts and other academics believe that up to 1.2 million Pennsylvania votes could have been altered or fraudulent.
Could have been.
This is what we discovered in the last 22 days. Really, only a detailed forensic analysis of the actual machines and software will truly show how many Pennsylvania citizens have had their civil rights violated. So to use these type of machines...
That we wouldn't know. That's the... If what they're saying, if what they're alleging is true, a forensic analysis of the voting machines, be they ESS or Dominion or Taco Bell or whatever, it would not show us, it would not give us a number of how many Pennsylvania citizens' rights have been violated.
With little or no audit trails, little or no transparency of how the votes are processed, where they go, where they're stored, will never leave the public satisfied that we truly have a representative democracy. I'd like to...
Well, we don't. For the presidential election, we don't. It's a constitution. That's the way it's set up.
Correct something the mayor said. I am not a statistician. I'm a combat officer and didn't do well in math. But I can understand the numbers that he put out earlier. Want to share with you one chart. I believe it's in your package. So what our team has done is focused on the spike anomalies, and these are events where a numerical amount of votes are processed in a time period that's not feasible or mechanically possible under normal circumstances. I believe Greg Stenstrom mentioned earlier the processing of these ballots through machines. There's a manufacturer specified rate of speed that a number of ballots can be imaged and processed. These spike anomalies in this chart really show where for us to look forensically to actually determine.
Fixing the vote. And what you're seeing on wherever you're watching this off of my feed, that's about what I can see. I don't. So the theory behind all of these spikes is, for example, when Milwaukee County finished counting the absentee ballots and reported 289 votes for Trump, or 289,000 votes for Trump and 17 million votes for whatever it was, there was suddenly a big spike, right? Because the counting center reported everything from Milwaukee County at 3 a.m., which is exactly when they said it was going to happen before the election. It's actually really impressive that they got it. They said between 3 and 6 a.m. is when the county said that's probably when we're going to be done counting. So now this whole vote spike has taken off across the country. People are finding, well, look, suddenly at this point, we all watched it on television. We all saw, oh, another precinct reported. Oh, another county reported. Oh, suddenly that changes now it's 49.6 to 49.4. There's nothing unusual or statistically anomalous about this. Looks like Carl Rove, doesn't it?
What happened with these votes. Our team has looked at these systems, and there are a dozen ways to interdict the voting process in these issues, whether it's mail-in ballot manipulations. They can scan and allocate votes, blank votes, where there was 70,000 votes left in the back room. There's just lots of ways to interdict.
And if someone looked at those blank votes, they would be blank. But remember, in Georgia, where they said all of this happened as well, they've done recounts. Remember, in Milwaukee, where they said this happened, they're doing recounts right now. And lo and behold, they're not coming out with boxes of empty ballots.
Predict these systems. So with that, I'll answer any potential questions.
Thank you. Next panel, please.
Could I just
yes, sir.
Ask him to clarify one or two things? When we look at this Pennsylvania fixing the vote chart that they all have, could you explain at the very beginning what that line means, Biden injection?
So at the very beginning of the
I'm just going to leave that alone. Giuliani's asking about the Biden injection.
the chart where there's a circle, it says on election day. What that indicates is there is a spike in loaded votes, 337,000 plus or minus some votes that were added in there in one big batch. So that was an anomaly in the reporting. Normally you would expect to see a smooth curve going up, not any big spikes. That's kind of what Greg was talking about, the anomalies of loading and uploading those votes. So that big spike that occurs there is a prime indicator of fraudulent voting.
And that's 604,000 votes in 90 minutes, is that right?
Correct. This is 337 votes. 337,000 votes in that
in that period of time.
Yes.
And when you look at this entire curve with all these spikes, can you calculate how much of a vote that accounted for Biden and how much for Trump?
Close to 600,000. I think our figures were about 570 some odd thousand that all those spikes represent over time.
For Biden.
But he didn't answer the question at all. That question right there tells me that this guy has comprehension issues, because he doesn't tell how many for Biden, how many for Trump. Close to 600,000. It's like, wait, so I'm gonna need the contractor to finish the bathroom. Do you know how long is it gonna take? Boy, maybe 4 or maybe 5. Is that days, weeks, months? Could be upwards of 6. Just listen. This is basic English.
Correct.
Can you calculate how much of a vote that accounted for Biden and how much for Trump?
Close to 600,000. I think our figures were about 570 some odd thousand that all those spikes represent over time.
For Biden.
When Rudy Giuliani has to ask you a follow-up, whoo!
Correct.
And how much for Trump?
I think it was a little over 3,200.
Well, thank you for thinking that, but do you know that? And the people in the room are like, oh.
Now, just to go back to your original document, this one pager that they all have. Mail-in ballots counted without being observed. Those are the ballots we were talking about that were not observed in Allegheny County and in Philadelphia.
Correct.
Is that right? 682,770. Now, this is the part that is a mystery. Mailed ballots sent out, 1,823,148.
Hold on.
But when you go to the count, 3,001 ballots sent out, 682,770. Now, this is the part that is a mystery. Mailed ballots sent out, 1,823,148. But when you go to the final count of the vote, there are 2,589,242 mail-in ballots. What happened?
Well, the first number is only Democrats. There you go. Moving on.
How do you account for the 700,000 mail-in ballots that appeared from nowhere?
So our cyber team uses white hat hacking techniques. They gather a lot of
cyber team. I'm a cyber team.
Publicly available information, and that information was from the Secretary of State's website. That website has been updated as late as 11/16 this morning with provisional and mail-in ballots, so those numbers are still changing.
Good night, Barbara. Happy fake Thanksgiving.
Changed last night, so it's a continual target.
This is 22 days after the election.
That number, the 2.5 million number is no longer on the website.
Just been taken off?
It's not there anymore.
Is there any explanation for why it's been taken off?
There was no annotations.
But has there been a change made in the...
I really wish they had submitted these documents somewhere so that I could look at them and say, okay, where's the website? If they did some citation to them, and I could pull up the Wayback Machine and look at what it said yesterday and today. But all we have to do is listen to them.
2,589,242 mail-in votes that have been counted in the total.
I might be able to find this. It'll take me a second. Give me a second here.
Has there been a change made in the 2,589,242 mail-in votes that have been counted in the total vote?
I'd have to check the Secretary of State's website as of.
And could you also
after
check and see,
11/16.
is there any change in the 1,823,148 ballots that were sent out?
The mailed-out ballots number seems to be holding steady.
And was there any other method of producing ballots other than sending them out?
Not that we're aware of, unless as previous witnesses have testified that the potential for multiple ballot counts. So ballots could have been
And have you ever
counted
gotten a
twice.
chance to examine any of these ballots?
No, that would be part of the forensic process. One suggestion, whoever does the analysis is using paper and ink analysis with a micro photo spectrometer that would analyze the ink on those ballots to see if they were mass produced.
Uh-huh.
So in addition to the 682,770 ballots that were entered without a single inspection of any kind, there also appear to be something like 700,000 ballots, mail-in ballots, that were never sent out, that were counted.
There are noted discrepancies in the
That's
Secretary of
a pretty
State's
big.
report.
No, we know that Pennsylvania sent out more than 2 million mail-in ballots because multiple sources, including the Pennsylvania Elections Board, have said that more than 2.2 million were returned by the end of October. This is complete nonsense.
Discrepancies.
Yes, sir.
And that's been there.
Thank you. We do have to press on to the next panel since we have a lot of questions pending here. Mr. Mayor, could you introduce the next panelist?
So now we have Jane Winters, Gary Feldman, who's going to be on a Zoom. Is he here? Well, then have him come up.
Yeah, please come up as you're called.
I believe Charles Nudo, N-U-D-O, and David Shestakis. I think I have them all. Mr. Chairman.
In terms of the number mailed out, mail-in ballot requests on October 13th were already at 2.6 million.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll start with the men physically in the room here with your testimony, and then go to the Zoom after that. So please.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Gary Feldman. I am a resident and voter of Philadelphia City and County. I'm registered as a Republican. I have been involved with Philadelphia Republican politics for over 20 years now. I've had watcher certificates, and on this past November 3rd, 2020, I was issued a watcher certificate to be the watcher for President Donald Trump. This is the watcher certificate that I was given, and it is issued for President Donald Trump to me. These watcher certificates, I'm not sure the exact year, I'm going to say about 2002 or 2003, are now for county-wide. So everywhere in the county, the watcher certificate is good for. So Philadelphia is city and county, so this watcher certificate, which reads, this certificate authorized the individual to watch in any ward or division in Philadelphia. And that's what the the top line. If you want to see the watch certificate, I'll gladly bring it up.
No.
So anyway, I was in my vehicle as kind of like volunteering for the president with an attorney, and he was monitoring any kind of problems that could happen in Philadelphia. His name was Will Chamberlain.
Okay. But you're in the vehicle with Will Chamberlain?
And he was pretty good on Twitter and other social media stuff. So we got a word that they were not letting Republican watchers in the polling places in South Philly. So we went to a place which happened to be a funeral parlor where they were doing the election. And
was that the one right by Four Seasons Landscaping?
I walked in with the watcher certificate in both hands to make sure that they wouldn't snag it out of my hand.
I used to date a girl who could serve Trump in a vehicle like nobody's business.
Immediately wanted me to identify myself. One of the problems that happens is the Republican watcher certificates are this gold-orange color, where the Democrats are like a light blue. I've never really seen one, but I heard they're light blue. So they know right away that we're Republicans coming in there to watch. So two poll workers, I don't know who they were wearing masks and everything. I produced a certificate, and she starts saying it's not good here. And I'm like, it is. And I said, please read the top line. The gentleman that was with her said, would you like to go outside and talk about this? I was not looking for a confrontation. And the other thing is I did have my bandana on. They had their face shield, but they weren't practicing social distancing. They were right on top of me. So we did step outside because he wanted to step outside. Will Chamberlain is not a Philadelphia resident, so he's not issued a Philadelphia washer certificate. And he proceeded to take a video of me having a confrontation on the street with these two, I don't know who they were. I don't know if they were poll workers. They never identified who they were.
Okay.
And the video...
Is this part of the evidence of fraud? Is that what's happening right now?
Which was released to the public, was a little over 30 seconds on Twitter, and it already has 3.8 million hits.
Okay.
Well,
that means election fraud.
Twitter page. There is a complete video, and it's on my phone, and I know I did made it available to the senators. It's over a minute about what happened on the street. I
actually would love to see it. Does anybody know what the hell this guy is talking about with Will Chamberlain?
To explain, this watcher certificate is for the city of Philadelphia. You're in the city of Philadelphia, and you have to let me observe. I'm the eyes and ears of the President of the United States, and they wouldn't allow that.
Okay, not election fraud.
Thank you for the opportunity to be, be here today. Oh, sir.
Yeah, I just want to add another thing that's really kind of crucial. When this happened, the fact checkers.
Okay, I'll find out about the fact checkers in a second. Hold on. Here we go, and I'm gonna give a volume. It's coming, kids. I got it.
You're not letting me in? Well, what? No. That's why I tell you, call the police. Do it. If you legal, call the cops.
The city guy is in the bathroom. He'll be there now. Call that number. Tell him to call somebody.
I have a citywide watcher certificate.
It's not for this location.
It's not for it. It's not. Is this the city of Philadelphia? This is the city of Philadelphia. This is the city of Philadelphia. This is the city of Philadelphia. You wanted to talk. You wanted to talk outside. Let's talk. I have a watcher certificate. I asked you to read the line. The line said it's good in every ward and division in the city.
So, didn't he say that they weren't social distancing? Oh, maybe he's one of those, like, I don't have to wear a mask because I'm going to stay 6 feet back. Is that what I don't know. Anyway, so that happened. So that really sheds all the light.
Group or organization, I don't even know what they are, started to put disclaimers on the video. Fact checkers said they contacted me. Fact checkers never contacted me. Fact checkers said that it was a misunderstanding.
I didn't know he existed. David, any feedback on this?
They said that the commissioner's office tried contacting me. They used the name Kevin Feely from the commissioner's office.
It's not my name.
I don't know who Kevin Feely is. Nobody from Fact Check.
I've been called Kevin. I've been called Captain Feely, but that was a children's television thing. That was not.
Called me. I don't even know if they.
So this guy, let's see. This is a poll worker in Philadelphia who was denied entry to some sort of location. Okay, so the poll workers made. So he was not allowed here. Hold on. Commissioner's office made a statement that the poll worker was prevented from being a watcher from entering. Was in the. Okay, this is just a YouTube comment, basically. Prevented the watcher from entering. Oh, the poll worker who prevented the watcher from entering made an honest mistake, that this guy should have been let in to watch. Okay, well, there it is. Trump wins, everybody!
They have my phone number, and the commissioner's office did nothing to follow up on any of this. I did see Commissioner Al Schmidt when we were doing the canvassing, but we didn't mention anything about what happened that day.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Shostokis. I'm an attorney.
Okay, maybe we have a little clarification here. Marcy had sent me some information here. This is a thing on the gentleman he's talking about, Wilt Chamberlain. This is how many times he voted in the election. So right there, that sort of answers all my questions. Trump wins.
Licensed to practice law in Illinois.
Okay, this is fucking Rudy Giuliani with a mustache. Please. We saw you put it on, Rude. It's now leaking down the sides. It's a goatee.
Florida. Some time ago, I was a Cook County Assistant State's Attorney prosecutor, and during that time, I actually did election law enforcement during the course of that time, including seeing to it that people had appropriate access, precinct openings and closings, that machines were zeroed out. Since that time, I've either been a candidate or a campaign in over 10 other individual elections, and in 2016, I actually worked as a volunteer for the Trump-Rubio campaign in Broward County, Florida. Discovered them opening mail-in ballots in a locked room. Before that was all said and done, we actually had a Broward County judge monitoring everybody's access. He was actually on site monitoring everybody's access to see to it that could happen.
Oh, okay, but that was then. Can we get to now, please?
See to it that everybody would have appropriate access. Currently, I am lead counsel in conjunction with Judicial Watch in a suit called Illinois Conservative.
This is Tom Fitton's people.
Union versus the Illinois State Board of Elections for violations of the board in terms of the National Voter Registration Act. Given that kind of background to give you some idea of where I'm coming from on this subject. On October 24th...
You had me at Tom Fenton, my love. You had me at Tom Fenton. Who's blocked me on Twitter? Because I literally just posted, this is a fact, what you're saying is not a fact, and posted the evidence right there. Blocked me within seconds.
This year, I came to Pittsburgh as a volunteer with Lawyers for Trump, and I was asked to organize folks to do monitoring of the pre-canvass activities during the course of the next week. About myself with some other volunteers made over 500 phone calls. We recruited 50 individuals that were willing to come and canvass or come and monitor the pre-canvass, and along with 25 other out-of-state lawyer volunteers. We had organized all this because, of course, we had 19 in Allegheny County, there were 19 Republicans on the ballot, and so we were able to have credentials through the RCAC for 19 watchers at any given moment. So we had to organize them. So we organized everybody during the course of time, and they had given us credentials in advance. And then 2 days before the election, on the Friday before the election, we got a call from the electoral board and said, oh, by the way, you need to submit everybody's credentials in advance, and you need to have everybody's signatures on the credentials that you sign in advance.
That's fine.
And of course, we'd already had put together a team of 70, and we'd allocated them 4 hours a time in 4-hour shifts to be able to monitor through the course of the whole period of time. And then over the next 3 days, we scrambled like heck to try and get.
All right. Well, you know what? Sometimes things are a hassle. All right.
Signatures from the various volunteers. And
hold on. He had to get signatures from 70 volunteers. Judges, Trump wins. That's it.
Other counsel that were assisting us. Needless to say, we lost about 25 folks that we were unable to get the credentials to in advance.
Trump wins it,
get the signatures back and forth and all the things necessary to do that. So I wanted to mention that you're hearing about huge global issues, but it goes down to the petty as well. It goes down to the petty as well in terms of interfering with his access and interfering with changing rules. I know Secretary Bookvar.
It does go down to the petty. That is true. Does that give the election to Trump? Yeah, it does. So there we have it. That's how we decide elections. Was someone petty? Yes. And so Trump gets to remain president. Sorry.
Changed some huge rules, but the local boards, day in and day out, we're changing rules as well to make the monitoring process next to impossible. At any rate, we did that, and then we wound up. I went with.
At any rate, I would just like to thank the City Council for its time and hope that it finds in favor of my client Arby's that we will be able to have a sign taller than 36 feet. Thank you.
A group at about 6:45 on Election Day to 901 Pennsylvania Avenue in Allegheny County, where they were doing the pre-canvass.
Yeah.
And at the time when we arrived, we were herded into what's best known as the corral. I'm sure you've kind of seen or heard about those things. It was a fenced-in area that was the fence was maybe 2.5, 3 feet high. Closest anybody could get would to make any observations.
It was 36 inches. If it was less than that, people would trip over it.
It was maybe 15, 20 feet from the closest ballot processor to the maybe 150 feet, because we were in about a 20,000 square foot area where the biggest room was taking place. Biggest activity was taking place. But I would mention that the mail-in ballots were coming into that room already sliced open at the top. We have no idea when or where the slicing took place, where the opening took place, or what was in fact inside those ballots, inside those mail-in envelopes. Okay. At that point in time, folks were then separating the mail-in ballot from the secrecy envelope. You could see that that's exactly what they're doing. They put one on the side and one on the other side, and then they take them and put them someplace, and I have no idea. And then the secrecy envelopes would go to another slicing machine, and that'd be sliced open. And at that point, then the ballots would come back, and they'd be divided from the secrecy envelopes.
Yeah, I've actually got video from Pennsylvania explaining why that's done. I'll start it. I'll zoom ahead here because it's a process. Single state separates ballot.
This way, information.
There we go. Reality is. This is actual video from Pennsylvania from the state of Pennsylvania, showing how they separate the ballots.
The return envelope with your information on it is set aside. This way it can never be linked to your ballot.
Yeah, that's why. That's what they do in Pennsylvania. They slice open the outer envelope, they take the security envelope out, they're separated so it can never be linked to your ballot. That's what's supposed to happen. Happy birthday, whoever's having a birthday.
We had really no concept of what was going on.
No, you really don't.
Room next door, there was a smaller room around the corner that you had to leave the 20,000 square foot room. There was one about 7,500 square feet, and in that room there was a machine, and the machine would be apparently sorting things by the barcodes, And then eventually, somehow or
Stephanie?
other, people would come in with big armloads of ballots from the other room.
Yeah.
Apparently with no provenance, no explanation of where they came from. And here's an interesting thing that you guys might consider when you're doing this in the future. One of the biggest bottlenecks would take place at this point in time because all these ballots came in folded, tri-folded, right? And all the ballots had to be flattened. And so they would take the ballots and put them under big stacks of reams and reams of paper to flatten them out, and then there'd be workers kneading the ballots to try and make them so that they could go through the machines.
Right.
And when everybody's saying, well, you haven't counted anything for, X number of hours, and they said, well, we're trying to flatten the ballots.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, it was absurd and obscene. So at any rate.
This is, yeah.
That was when everybody was waiting. That's what was going on. They're flattening the ballots for most part. And then
they come in tri-folded. Yes, that is actual fact.
Then
we just saw the video of how they come. They're in the office, security. They take out envelopes.
There's about 6 machines where they were feeding the ballots, and while they had 6 machines feeding the ballots, as they would go in, 2 or 3 would kick out to a different tray than the other tray.
Is that the fraud?
And workers sometimes would take the ones that weren't kicked out and put them in a stack, and then sometimes you'd run all of them through again, and sometimes run 2 or 3. We never had any idea if they were zeroing out a machine, what they were doing. I asked the solicitor, the county solicitor who was there. I said, "What's going on?" He told me that this was a Pitney Bowes representative working there that had been sworn in as a county representative, and that sometimes the ballot machine doesn't count those things, and then so he runs them through and zip. But there was absolutely no provenance to what was going on in the counting machine.
No, that doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, no, you do rescan the votes in just about all the machines. That's how it works with Dominion, Pitney Bowes, whoever it is. And again, his allegation here is that the Democrats somehow got a hold of this contractor who then got hired by Pitney Bowes for a night or two to supervise a counting machine. And they somehow knew that all of these independent contractors would commit voter fraud in favor of Joe Biden at a possible penalty of 5 years in jail per count, per ballot in stack of 50. That's what they're saying happened here. And this happened, by the way, in several counties across the state.
Machines. I have no idea because, of course, they would just take stacks.
No, you have no idea.
Take stacks of ballots that had been sitting under reams of paper trying to be flattened and then run them through the machine.
Right.
So we have no idea about that. And so at one point I asked the county solicitor, I said,
wait a second. How much stock does Hugo Chavez own in Office Depot paper? Where's that paper come from? Do they have trees in Venezuela? Is that Venezuelan paper?
Can you describe for me the journey of a ballot from the time it hits the door to the time that it's counted?
You don't have to.
Where does it go? What's the process, et cetera?
Tell me.
I had a short answer. No.
Yes! Thank you! And thank you for my testimony. Move on.
I then asked him, I said,
yeah.
Can you give me...
You don't have to ask a follow-up on that, sir.
Any written protocol about what is supposed to happen. It hits the door, then it goes to a machine.
Then we open the door because you hit the door. You want to make sure they can get through the door.
Theoretically sorted by barcodes, from what I understood from someone else, so that if there's a challenge in advance of the election, they know where to look. Because of course, at 5 p.m. on the Friday before elections, you can challenge things for people having died and a few other reasons. And but then I asked, is there any written protocol for that? And he said, no, we have no written protocol for what we're conducting, what we're doing here. So he answered, he's supposed to be the one giving legal advice to people on how to legally handle ballots. And he tells me that he doesn't know how they're handled, and he tells me that there is no written protocol on how they are supposed to be handled. So I might suggest that there was just literally no way to change. I mean, there was no way to challenge. There was no way to look at those ballots. And I would say, in my experience, electoral experience, one of the things that legitimizes elections is the ability of not a disinterested third party to review what the process is, but actually an adversarial third party to review what the process is. And this was completely and utterly absent. I had about 25 other affidavits from other folks that had joined me during the time that had been part of
just the general boredom of the people in the crowd. This is just fascinating.
This that describe essentially the same thing over there in Allegheny County. Most of whom were attorneys and had been versed on the comings and goings of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which I might suggest ultimately the last decision in Ray canvassing.
We're done.
Thank you, Senators and Mayor Giuliani, for providing me the opportunity to speak.
Good.
After the primary, our committee prepared and provided to the PA legislative leaders and members of the Montgomery County staff in charge of the election a 30-
her network bandwidth is low.
Page report of the mail-in ballot and election day problems and irregularities we experienced in Montgomery County. We made detailed recommendations for changes with the hope that the general election would be smoother. Unfortunately, that was not the case. There are a number of issues that evidence a total lack of transparency regarding the handling of the general election in Montgomery County. First, the Montgomery County Republican Committee was not provided meaningful view of the mail-in ballots at any time despite our requests. Second, we were
because that's not legal. That is against the law where you live.
Not provided with regular detailed information about the mail-in ballots over the course of the election, despite our requests. Third, we still lack complete and detailed information about these ballots despite our written requests. We were provided our first opportunity to view and learn about the canvassing site on Sunday, November 1st, just 2 days prior to the election. At that visit, the chief operating officer of the county showed us the room where the canvass was to take place. To our shock, we were told we could not directly check the mail-in ballots. After
Marcy nails it. She's the bitter ex in every Hallmark movie.
Some significant pushback by me, the county agreed to allow 2 watchers in.
Then she breaks a heel, grabs it, and walks out of the store in a huff. The store sells, knickknacks.
Inside the room, but they were never able to see the ballots up close. Again, there was no meaningful observation of the ballots and absolutely no check of the ballots by anyone other than the county staff, which is all run by the Democrats, as to whether or not these ballots met election code criteria. At the most basic level, we were not even able to check to see if a voter voted twice or if a voter was deceased. And with the removal of the signature being a check for existing voters, there was no way to protect against someone fraudulently voting for a registered voter. In addition to having no meaningful observation or review of over 200,000 mail-in ballots, we were not provided with the change in rules by the county to allow the curing of mail-in ballots in a timely manner. On Thursday, October 29th, I received an email from Frank Dean, who ran the election for the county, with a list of ballots with what they described as defects, and if the voter had been contacted by the county to cure the defect. At the tour of the canvass on November 1, we were shown bundled mail-in ballots divided by precinct, which the county identified as having a defect, and explained that those individuals had not cured these ballots as of November 1st. The county did not provide the Montgomery County Republican Committee with an opportunity to have an authorized representative present in what was effectively the pre-canvass, a legal term, pre-canvass of the ballots, when it reviewed and contacted voters about their defective mail-in ballots. After immediate investigation, it was clear that other counties across Pennsylvania were not allowing this illegal pre-canvassing to take place. In particular, our neighboring county, Berks County, a county that the president won by over 8%, interpreted the law as written and did not contact voters to cure ballots weeks prior to the election, as Montgomery County did. A portion of Berks County and most of Montgomery.
So the people working in the Democrat counties did their job, whereas the people working in the Republican counties didn't do their job I don't know why that's a complaint with the Democrats.
County share one congressional seat. So voters were not treated equally in these two counties in the same district.
That's basically akin to someone saying, you know what? I support Trump, but I'm just not going to vote. That's fraud. That'll show them.
Since the election, we have received many calls and emails from Republicans with questions about whether their mail-in ballot was counted, expressing concerns that they didn't request a mail-in ballot but received one anyway, that they were made to vote provisional when they shouldn't have, that they have great concerns about the efficacy of this election. There is a real disenfranchisement of voters across Montgomery County. Many people feel their vote did not count. Because we lack the information we need to tell them otherwise, and because we were not able to have any meaningful check on mail-in ballots, we cannot provide these concerned voters with the assurance they need that the process was fair and that the election was honest. In addition to the lack of transparency we experienced in Montgomery County, the Kathy Barnett for Congress campaign found, with just the minimal information that we've been able to obtain, that at least 188 deceased people in Montgomery County voted in 2020. They also found concerning anomalies in the results. For example, more people voted in the small town of Norristown for the very first time than the voters who vote regularly. Okay. This occurrence is far outside the norm of what we have seen in past elections. These numbers...
Right, because you just said then voted regularly. So that's... Of course that's outside the bounds because you just explained what happened.
Must be reviewed and analyzed. In fact, a full review of the mail-in ballots across the state must be done. Okay. In order for this country to have trust in the electoral process, elections must be viewed as open and transparent. Both the Democrats and the Republicans should be provided with the same information throughout the process, right. And there should be meaningful opportunity to observe and object.
All this information, by the way, was posted on the same websites. The Democrats didn't have their own state website that only they had access to.
Minute disclosures and rule changes.
Everybody got the emails.
This legislature must reform the election law to provide for such transparency all along the mail-in ballot process from start to finish. And people need to feel confident that the same rules apply to each and every voter.
Yeah. Trump tweeted something about this. Let's see what he tweeted. What section he tweeted here. It's something we've probably watched already.
I've been watching the hearing on OAN and it's on a couple of other great networks.
I will introduce...
Oh, he calls into the hearing. Oh, so that's coming up. All right. Yeah, let's just watch it right now. What the hell? Okay.
To you now, Mr. President, you are connected.
He won't take questions.
Networks, but I really appreciate being asked to speak, and I'm in the Oval Office right now, and it's very interesting to see what's going on, and this was an election that we won easily. We won it by a lot.
But you didn't, because if you'd won it easily, you would be the winner. See, none of this is easy, because now we're like 100 days past the election, and you're having hearings in a Ramada Inn near the airport.
Official was on this morning on a...
Oh, wait. Whoever that is, I think that's Jenna Ellis, maybe? I'm not sure. Sitting next to Rudy, she's holding her speakerphone up to the microphone. That's how they're getting this hearing.
Important show, and said there's no way Trump didn't win Pennsylvania because the energy industry was all for him. I saw, with...
And the only jobs in Pennsylvania are energy jobs. By the way, energy sector yesterday had a fantastic day with Joe Biden being president-elect.
With my eyes, what happened, and he told me horror stories, absolute horror stories.
Was
so
he crying?
This was a very sad to say. This election was rigged, and we can't let that happen. We can't let it happen for our country. And this election has to be turned around because
what does that mean?
We won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot. Anybody watching television the night of the election was saying, wow, I was called by the biggest political people, congratulations, sir, on a big win. And all of a sudden, ballots were dumped all over the place, and a lot of horrible things happened.
No names of who the biggest political people are, and they were all like, "Wow." The biggest political people, because Trump was saying he was going to win by a lot to begin with, and then they were all surprised that he won by a lot.
And everybody in that room, I want to thank all of the people that signed affidavits and all of the speakers. You're fantastic people. You're great patriots. I want to thank the senators for being there.
Wow.
It's so important. Day before Thanksgiving, it really represents somebody between the voter suppression and all.
It's really important. The day before Thanksgiving, it really represents somebody. What?
All of the horrible things that happened to poll watchers. We have poll watcher affidavits piled up to the ceiling.
Thank you, Leslie.
They're all over. They were treated horribly.
Whoa. Okay, if you got the poll watcher affidavits piled up to the ceiling, what you want to do is unfold them and put paper on them. Flatten them out.
Horribly all over this, all of these swing states. I mean, virtually all of the swing states. And many other things were happening that were horrible, just horrible. But the poll watchers weren't allowed to watch. They were, in many cases...
If they were all over the swing states, you won some of the swing states. Why is Rudy not in those swing states pressing charges? Why not?
Whisked out of the room, not only into pens that were 20, 30, 40, 60, 100 feet away, where you couldn't even see. They were using binoculars. People are reporting that they had to use binoculars, and that didn't work.
Yeah.
If you were a Republican poll watcher, you were treated like a dog. And the Democrats had no problem, but they were rough. They were literally pushed out, and it was rough tactics. This is what happened here. This is not the United States of America, what happened, and I think
that it is the United States of America.
Everybody knows that. That's why you're there, and that's why you're so vehement about it. We have many cases of people walking in. A woman, an elderly woman, walks in looking forward to voting November.
Was she a big, tough elderly woman, and was she crying?
November 3rd, and says, "Oh, good. Where would I go about voting? I'm sorry, you've already voted. Your ballot is in." I said, "No, I didn't vote. No, your ballot is in.
But she forgot she voted.
Already voted. In all cases for Biden, by the way." She said, no, I want to vote. Nope.
They would not have been able to tell her for whom she voted. That is not how the system works at all. The president is a fucking moron.
Your ballot is in. And then they give her a provisional ballot to sign, which goes nowhere. It's a disgrace.
That is not true. That is not what happens to a provisional ballot.
That this is happening to our country.
It is a disgrace.
We won this election by a lot. We got 74 million votes. And if you would have said 74 million votes the day before the election, every single professional in the business would have said there's no way of beating that. We got 11 million votes more than we had 4 years before in 2016. And we got many votes more than Ronald Reagan had when he won 49 states. And nobody would have said we even had a chance of losing. And all you had to do is take a look at the numbers at 10 o'clock in the evening.
And if Mondale had had more votes than Reagan, then he would have... See, that's...
When everybody thought the election was virtually over. And then very weird things happened. But they're not weird to professionals, and they're not weird to
I don't know why more people are voting now than 36 years ago. I mean, what's up with that?
Dominion and other people that operate machines, and they're not weird to the people that handle the ballots where they were flooding the market. People were getting 2 and 3 and 4 ballots in their home.
The market.
People that were dead were signing up for ballots. Not only were they coming in and putting in a ballot, but dead people were requesting ballots, and they were dead for years, and they were requesting ballots.
Also, they weren't.
And the whole world is watching us. The whole world is watching the United States of America.
Right.
And
saying, when did this become a banana republic?
We can't let them get away with it. And we have judges that are afraid to make a decision. We have judges.
We do not. Judges are making decisions en masse. I should have said en bank.
That don't want to do the same thing. Well, a very good lawyer said, well, sir, I mean, that's a big statement for a judge to overthrow an election. I said, really? If he got hundreds of thousands of votes more than he was entitled to get through all of the things that I'm listening to right now, and you're just covering a few of them. We have hundreds and hundreds of affidavits of stories that are even worse than the stories I'm hearing.
Oh, well then where are they?
Why wouldn't they overturn an election? Certainly overturn it in your state.
We did. In his defense, we did hear an absolutely terrible storyteller.
Because we have...
And we were just listening to Karen right now. But honestly, Karen tells an interesting story.
States that are just as bad. If you look at Michigan with Detroit, you look at the things that happened in Detroit, where you have a voter, but you have more votes than you have voters. You take a look at Detroit, Michigan. You have more votes than you have voters. And
it's not true.
Then you have two people that don't want to certify. They don't want to certify, and they're harassed violently.
Violently? There was no violence.
And they turned off the cameras during the harassment for 2 hours.
They did not.
And then they said, wow, and they were afraid, and they voted.
Oh, they said wow as well. Wow.
And then they went back to sign, and they couldn't.
Everyone in his sphere is Owen Wilson. Wow.
Do it because they said we can't do it because this is corrupt. This is horrible.
Kevin Lee Daughter does a good Owen Wilson. Kevin Lee Daughter!
What's taking place? Think of it, more votes than you have voters. But that was the least of it. They have things that were as bad as that, and this is going on all over. We're doing very well in a lot of states. A lot of good things are happening in Georgia. We're getting little help from government, but a lot of good things are happening in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They're seeing what happened in Detroit. And we sure are looking at what's happening in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. What happened in Philadelphia, they keep the poll watchers not only in pens, but they keep them out of the building. And the only reason they got back into the building was they got a court order. And then the definition of back into the building was very far away where they couldn't see anything. And they talk about closed circuit television, except you couldn't see it because the picture was so unclear you didn't even know what they were doing. They could have been playing a baseball game. So it's a very sad thing for our country to have this. And they have to turn over the results. It would be easy for me to say, oh, let's worry about 4 years from now. No, this election was lost by the Democrats. They cheated.
Okay, that's not reality, but I do know why he thinks everyone is saying, wow, here it comes.
It's insane! I can't believe it! I can't believe this has actually turned out. Wow!
There's hundreds of people saying wow, like Owen Wilson. That's Trump's world.
It was a fraudulent election. They flooded the market. They defrauded everybody on ballots. And I just want to thank
Again, they flooded the market.
everybody for being there. You're doing a tremendous service. This is a very important moment in the history of our country. And you're doing a tremendous service to our country. And don't worry about bravery, because the people that talk the most, they're not the ones you have to worry about.
Go ahead. Go.
These are all talkers. They intimidate. But these are not people.
Oh, okay.
They cheated. It was a fraudulent election. They flooded the market.
Flooded the market.
Defrauded everybody on ballots. And I just want to thank everybody for being there. You're doing a tremendous service. This is a very important moment in the history of our country. And you're doing a tremendous service to our country. And don't worry about bravery, because the people that talk the most, they're not the ones you have to worry about. And these are all talkers. They intimidate. But these are not people that you're going to ultimately have to. They push you around. They pushed our poll workers out. Our poll watchers were pushed out of the building. Okay? Some got back in. They were put in the pens. But these are not people. Don't be intimidated by these people. But they're bad people. They're horrible people. And they're people that don't love our country. So we don't have to worry about 4 years right now. We have to worry about what happened on November 3rd and
someone else is calling Jenna right now.
previous to November 3rd. And by the way, after November 3rd, when people put votes in and they put them in.
Hello, this is the AT&T operator. I'm interrupting this call. Please deposit 35 cents to continue your call. 35 cents? It's a cell phone. What?
Illegally. They put them in after the polls closed. And one of our great Supreme Court justices made mention of that, and I can't imagine.
Well, if he made mention of it.
That any justice or anybody looking at it could be thrilled when they vote after the election is over. So I want to thank everybody very much for being there. I want to thank the state Senate, respected people, tremendous people, and you're doing a tremendous service for our country. And if something was done wrong, if this election was won fraudulently, and that's what happened, it was a fraud.
And that's what happened.
And we're talking about, very importantly, many more ballots, many more votes than the number we need. In other words, if we needed 50,000 votes, we're not talking about we found 9 dead people that voted. Of course, there were many more than that, many numbers that nobody even believes. No, we're talking about numbers that are far in excess of the 50,000, far in excess of another state where we lost by 10,000. And they went absolutely wild because we got far more votes than they thought possible. And they just stepped on the gas, and they got caught. Just like they got caught spying on my campaign.
Right.
They got caught.
And that is why President Obama is in jail.
Exactly. They got caught doing this. So I really appreciate it, and the country appreciates it. And we have to turn the election over because there's no doubt we have all the evidence, we have all the affidavits, we have everything. All we need is to have some judge listen to it properly without having a political opinion or having another kind of a problem.
Again, in Pennsylvania, they had, 1, 2, 3, and then 10. They've had at least 10 judges listen to it properly. 10 judges. And all of them, one of them said, we need to do this. And then that was appealed, and he was struck down. But, yeah.
Because we have everything. And by the way, the evidence...
might have been an appellate court that struck down the original ruling originally, and then the Supreme Court, anyway. It's basically, the judges are listening to this.
Evidence is pouring in now as we speak.
Okay, so that's what we've got to look forward to. We'll skip most of it when we get to it, if we do get to it. Let's keep going with Karen here.
Every town and in every county in this state. Thank you.
Okay, next member on the Zoom, are you up? Thank you. Do we have contact?
She's still on.
Okay, there you are.
We're ready.
Please proceed.
For Julie Vahey.
Oh, she's going. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Julie Vahey, and I'm a resident of Montgomery County and the executive director of the Montgomery County Republican Committee. I'm here to speak with you today regarding my experience as an observer of the pre-canvass and canvass of the mail-in ballots. In Montgomery County, we had over 250,000 mail-in ballots requested for the general election. In the weeks leading up to the election, I personally trained over 100 volunteers to inspect and monitor the counting of these ballots to ensure the legitimacy of the vote in Montgomery County. Unfortunately, they were never given this opportunity. On Sunday, November 1st, during a walkthrough of the mail-in ballot facility, we learned that no watchers were permitted to inspect or even see the outside envelope of the ballot. After some significant pushback by our chairman, Liz Havey, the county agreed to allow 2 watchers inside the room, of which I was one. As an observer at the canvass, I was corralled into a small, narrow holding area, which is blocked off by tables and plexiglass barriers in the corner of the room. Due to the room layout and location of the holding area within the room, I only had visibility to the space where ballots were flattened and scanned. This was a huge area, and the closest scanner was roughly 6 feet away and the farthest approximately 25 yards away. From my position within the holding area, I had no visibility or access to the room where ballots were sorted, outside envelopes were inspected, and both outside and secrecy envelopes were open. The space was divided from the scanning room by a large white wall, blocking all visibility to the slicing machines, the Blue Crest sorter, and the ballot storage room. In my opinion, this was a totally separate room and not one room, as the county election board argued. During our walkthrough of the campus facility on Sunday, November 1st, we argued that this was a separate room and was told by the county chief operating officer that we would be able to view this space by security camera footage.
Okay.
The footage from these cameras was streamed to televisions in a conference room on the other end of the building, which was approximately a 4-minute walk away from where the ballot canvas room was. The system was not set up on our walkthrough day, and it was not until I arrived back at the facility at 7 a.m. on election day that I could see the footage was extremely poor quality, and you could only see pixelated images of workers moving around the room and had no meaningful visibility of the ballots. Over the last 10 months in my role, I have spoken to thousands of voters firsthand who have lost faith in the election processes and procedures in Montgomery County and across Pennsylvania as a whole. Today, I still lack the information needed to properly inform voters that their vote was in fact counted. I thank you for holding these hearings today and hope that the appropriate legislative changes are made to restore confidence in our elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the voters in Pennsylvania can see if their vote was counted. It's on the website. That's why they've been looking up all the dead people. You can see.
Facts are stubborn things, and I appreciate you guys laying it out there. It doesn't make a difference. Mayor, if you can introduce the final panelists before we go to question and answer time.
I believe there are two other.
Two more on Zoom?
Zoom.
Okay, please come forth, friends on Zoom, when you're ready.
So far, by the way, no fraud. No fraud being even alleged here. Nothing that has happened so far that they've described. It's all either clerical or it's procedural, but there's no actual voter fraud that they can point to yet.
Here we are. We're here, but we can't see ourselves. Can you hear us?
We hear you loud and clear. Please begin.
Okay. My name's Charles Noodle. I live in Drums, Pennsylvania. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me on the screen?
You're not on the screen.
Yes.
No, but please continue.
This is going great.
Okay.
There.
Go ahead. My mother. No, we got somebody else.
There are all kinds of technical issues. What is this, a live stream?
No, we're here.
Well, let's go with what we got. Please start.
Can you see us?
We see two
Yes.
ladies. Go
Can you
ahead.
see us?
Yes, we have the two ladies
Go
on
ahead,
screen.
Barb.
Barbara
Oh, good. We got the two
My
ladies.
name is Barbara
Karen.
Selecta. I went
this
to
is
the
Karen.
voting polls on November the 3rd to vote in person.
Oh, good.
I waited 2 hours in line, and when I went in, I showed identification, and I was taken up to the polling place. The polling man showed me what to do, turned it on, and said, "Go ahead." I voted, and I printed it out, and when I got it and I looked at it, Trump was not on there. I voted for Trump, and it wasn't there. My daughter, I called her over, and I said to her, "Look, his vote is gone. I voted for him." So I called a poster over, and he said, "It's not supposed to be seen. It's for privacy. Just put it through the scanner and you're done." It bothered me. It's been bothering me since, because I voted, and was it counted or was it flipped? I don't know.
And I'm speaking on my mom's behalf also.
Okay, so what she's talking about there is, if it's Dominion polling machines, for example, you vote, then it prints it out, and you take that printout to the scanner. But that vote, on the screen, it shows you for everybody you voted for. Then you take that printout, it prints it out. It's a silly system, by the way, I don't agree with it. But anyway, this is what happens. It prints out a scan code that you take over to the machine, and you put it in the machine, and the machine counts it. The counting machine actually counts it. Or you give it to a pollster who puts it in the machine. It doesn't say on the piece of paper for whom you voted, so that a human can't see for whom you voted. Again, we have a secret vote in this country. But those QR codes are created by the machines, one machine, read by another machine. Those are audited on a regular basis, and they are completely accurate. what the machine does is simply print out a QR code that matches your vote. And they test that constantly. It's a stupid system. But we should just go to all mail in. But anyway, that's what the Dominion system does. That's what a couple of other systems do as well.
So as a witness, my name is Cheryl.
When I voted in the primaries in Los Angeles, the printout, it wasn't a Dominion machine, I don't think. I'm not even sure, quite honestly. Anyway, it printed out your vote and whatnot, and you walked over and you just dropped it in a box. And then that box was open, but it did have the information of the people for whom I voted on there and a QR code. But it's a much better system when you can see it, because this poor old lady had a piece of paper with a QR code and some other information on it, but she didn't see the word Trump. And so she thought it didn't count. I mean, come on. God bless her.
No, I was there that...
by the way, not voter fraud. This is not voter fraud.
Day I drove her to the polls. When she got done voting, she showed me the printout, and she was...
Is it possible to hack the system? Yes, it's possible to hack any computer system, which is why we have the paper ballots, so they can be verified. And in that case, they had a paper ballot that could be verified.
Saying how the president's name that she voted for was not printed out when all the other delegates that she had voted for were on the printout. Me not knowing, because I had not voted yet, how the printout was supposed to look, we went to the pollster that was there and asked him why the president and vice president's name did not print out when all the other names of the candidates printed out that my mother had voted for.
A second here.
It seemed
Okay,
very strange.
Hold on. That's something different.
Oh.
Do we know which county? Did somebody catch what county they're in? This is something different than what I described, which is how Dominion works.
And I'm speaking on my...
As I voted, and was it counted or was it flipped? I don't know.
And I'm speaking on my mom's behalf also as a witness. My name is Cheryl Nudo. I was there that day. I drove her to the polls. When she got done voting, she showed me the printout, and she was saying how the president's name that she voted for was not printed out when all the other delegates that she had voted for were on the printout. Me not knowing, because I had not voted yet, how the printout was supposed to look, we went to the pollster that was there and asked him why the president and vice president's name did not print out when all the other names of the candidates printed out that my mother had voted for. It seemed very strange.
Breaking news from David Mickelson. The game between the Redskins and Baltimore, who's playing? It's been postponed till Sunday because of COVID. So, because COVID will be gone by Sunday.
But not knowing any better, we asked, well, what is the next step? And he said, he said that it did not print out because that's for voters' privacy, that none of them vote, but none of them print out. So we asked him what the next step was, and he said to put it through the scanner. So that's what we did, and we left, and it seemed very odd. Then
the story seems very odd because she's saying that the names of the other delegates are on there. She said delegates. Just that's what she said. But that the president's name wasn't on there. And the guy said, the pollster said, well, that's for your privacy. Then why are the other names on there? But it needs to be scanned. But she's saying the names were on there.
Then I went to where I live in Drums, Pennsylvania, which is about 10 miles south of where my mother voted. And I voted, no problem. Everything printed out just as, it should. And I scanned it through. So it just seemed very odd, and we wanted to report that in my mother's area, which was Fairview Township, it seemed very odd that it did not print out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm
not anything to do with voter fraud, by the way.
Charles Nudo, and by the way, my mother-in-law is 84 years old. She forgot to mention that. Anyway, my wife then...
80.
I'm sorry, she's 80. My wife called me that day.
Wait, how
she
old
was
did she say
distraught
she was?
and told me everything they just told you.
area. Okay, I'm Charles Nudo, and by the way, my mother-in-law is 84 years old. She forgot to mention that. Anyway, my wife then... 80. I'm sorry, she's 80.
Charles, you won't be sleeping nudo tonight.
My wife called me that day, and she was distraught.
Freedom clap.
And told me everything they just told you. So I go to my polling place around 3:30, 4 o'clock here in Drums. And when I first walked in, a young gentleman came up to me, started explaining how to vote. And he said, take the stylus, make your choices, and then print it out with a printer that's underneath the machine. And I thought, that's odd. I've been voting since 1992. We never had to print a ballot. And I actually thought it was easier to vote in 92 on the World War II surplus voting machines with the curtain. You did your choices, opened the curtain, and they went click, and everything went. All of a sudden, we have to print a ballot. So,
by the way, this all happened in a county that Trump dominated. This is the results from York County, wherein both the 80-odd-year-old mother and the children live. Democrat Joe Biden got 88,000 votes. Donald Trump got 146,000 votes. So those machines were giving Biden votes.
Anyway,
this is their best example. This is one of their star witnesses for voter fraud, is that the mother-in-law had a different printout than what the daughter got in a different area, and she couldn't find the Trump name on. This is
pretty good with computers. I made my choices. I printed it out. All my choices are on there, from president on down ballot. And he said, now you have to put it in the scanner. And he turned over a sample ballot and pointed at a weird triangle in the corner and smiled at me. I didn't know what he meant. So I go over to the scanner, and I'm wondering, well, a scanner works face down when you scan, because I have one at home. So I put it in face down or face up. So he's already across the room talking to another gentleman that's about 20 years older than me, trying to tell him how to do it. And I said, are these face up or face down? And he just nodded. He didn't say either way. He just nodded yes. So I put it in face up. So I don't even know if it scanned the blank back.
Here's what they use there. Give me a second. I'll bring it over. They use the Dominion software, the Dominion voting system. This is how it works.
Marking and casting the ballot. Using the pen provided, the voter will mark their ballot, completely filling in the oval next to their choices. When slot, they will insert the ballot into the slot. When using a secrecy sleeve, the voter will...
Okay, this is not what they're talking about. So York County hasn't updated their webpage in a while. Yeah, I'm glad I could help.
Backside or the voting top side. And anyway, I overheard that conversation, not wittingly or that I wanted to. A man, I'm 58, he was about 78, saying, oh, they said to him, now do you understand? And he said, yeah, I think, but my memory's not too good. And when I walked out of there, I realized it's total voter suppression. My mother-in-law here did not even get a cell phone till last year, has never sat at a computer and keyed anything in her life, has no Wi-Fi or internet service at her house. Neither does my...
And she voted, right? She voted. Or perhaps this gentleman is advocating to let her vote by mail, as most seniors do. I like what he's saying.
My mother, she has a cell phone, but it's a flip type.
But I bet you your mother has used the mail before.
And these are the people that went by the thousands or millions to our polls and had to go through this system.
Oh, no. Old people have to use computers. Oh, heavens.
And I just wanted to point that out. And
Okay.
that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time. That's it, everybody. Trump wins. Like, I feel for the old folks when they got to go vote and use those. When I was using the machine, I'm like, what the heck? Okay, well, oh, this is kind of neat. Oh, but is this going to, I don't know about that. You know, oh, I drop in the box, I'll drop in the box. Good. But the old folks are not, this is not the best thing for them. A mail-in ballot for an older person is fan-damn-tastic. Give me a piece of paper. What do? I check mark or I do the oval? Great. No security envelopes, all that. Don't confuse the issue. Let them vote, for the love of God.
Senator Mastriano, before we turn to our next panel, I want to note that Senator Camera Bartolotta has joined us from southwestern Pennsylvania on Zoom, and Senator Bob Mensch from the southeast. Doug.
Thank you, Senator. Can we go over to the final Zoom panelists? Mr. Mayor, we have more? Oh, okay. Thank you, Scott.
I think we have a surprise guest, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is it my turn?
Just hold off 1 second. Just give me a minute.
Okay, it's really hard to hear you guys.
Here comes the president.
Are we ready, Molly?
Jenna?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I introduce...
Let them finish their testimony. I'm watching. It's fantastic.
Well, you might as well.
Okay.
But let them finish their testimony.
He wants to finish?
He wants to finish.
He wants to finish.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, please, can you hear me on Zoom? If you can introduce yourself and proceed.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
To answer your question, Dr. Howard, no, there's been no evidence of actual voter fraud yet.
Okay. My name is Olivia Jane Winters, and I'm a professional organizer and a business management consultant, and I live in Philadelphia. I actually was asked to be a minority inspector in 3615. That's the ward in the division. I was just purely doing this to help my mom out. She's a ward leader in a different area of the city. I'm actually I'm a registered Democrat, and I just wanted to help and make sure it was a fair election. I don't care who wins. I care that it's a fair election. I showed up to the polls at 6:30 in the morning.
She's a registered Democrat, but she doesn't care who wins.
Immediately, I was met with a hostile attitude from all of the people that I had to work with. That would be the
not voter fraud,
majority inspector, the poll watcher, the machine operator, and a committee man who was electioneering in the poll.
Yeah, the older we get, the harder it is to grasp new technology. The technology we use for our voting systems is ridiculous. Doesn't amount to voter fraud.
He was wearing was wearing shirts and a hat and a mask for who to vote for. We are about like an hour and a half in the morning. We have a long line of people.
Oh, this is going to be a long testimony.
We must have had, I don't know, 60 people in line.
They were wearing, some of them were wearing, one of them had a blouse. I guess you'd call it a blouse. It was more of it was sort of a blouse, a cross between a blouse and a chemise. And on it, she had a brooch. Which at first I thought was a necklace because the brooch was more towards the center. In my world, and as my mother and grandmother taught me, and their grandmother before them, the brooch, you want to wear a brooch definitely off to the side. If you wear it towards the middle, a lot of people are going to think it's a necklace. And for close to probably 45 minutes, I stood there because social distancing. I'm a Democrat. And I was looking for the necklace, and I thought, where did she get such a thin necklace to hold the brooch, and why was gravity not doing its part and putting it right in the center? Because it was just slightly off center, I would say, and askew at the same time. So it was really off-putting to the President Trump wins!
In the building, snaking around the building. And
I have to apologize that you have to put up with their nonsense and also my nonsense. But honestly, as long as I'm amused, that's what really counts. The judges agree. Thank you.
A woman came up and said, I'd like to turn in my mail-in ballot so that I can vote in the booth. And the girl who was clerking for me said, well, if you want to turn in your mail-in ballot, we're
The girl who was clerking for me? She's not a Democrat.
going to need to have you fill out this form, and the majority inspector is going to need to sign the form. The majority inspector had decided in the middle of the morning to go home and was not in the polling place for over 45 minutes. To my understanding, you as the minority, I'm sorry, not the majority inspector, the judge of elections, my apologies.
Okay.
She had gone home. And to my understanding, the judge of elections is not to leave the polling place. So she was out of the building.
It was just an old man impression, so Larry and Bernie, because, I mean, it's really the same guy.
We needed her to sign this form. The man who was electioneering and was a poll watcher, but also a committee man, confronted myself and the clerk and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. Anybody can sign the affidavit. Why don't you stop trying to cause problems? Why don't you shut up?" Started getting in my face, cursing at me, telling me that I needed to be quiet, that I didn't know what I was talking about, and I should just learn to sit down and not say anything.
Well, that's it. President Trump wins. We're turning this election over.
And just let it happen. And my clerk and I said, no, we're not going to let that happen. That's ridiculous. It says very clearly in our training and on this sheet that an affidavit needs to be signed by the judge of elections if somebody's going to turn in a mail-in ballot before they can go vote in the booth. We made her wait. Finally, the judge of elections came back. Not, of course, before he was threatening me. The majority inspector threatened to slap me in the face. And he told me that it was going to become a quote unquote racial issue. I'm not really sure why that would become a racial issue. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with following procedure and making sure it's an honest election. I felt threatened. I called my ward leader. The ward leader then called the commissioner for Philadelphia, Al Schmidt. Al Schmidt had me call and report that to the DA. And then about an hour and a half after that, the majority inspector told me that she wanted to vote because we had a lull in people coming to the polls, so it was pretty quiet. And I looked her name up so that she could sign the book, and it said that she needed to remit her mail-in ballot or vote provisionally. She said, "Oh, I threw that in the trash." And I said, "Well, then you have to vote provisionally." And the machine operator and the same committee man / poll watcher who was electioneering that I mentioned before got up in my face again, told me that I didn't belong there, that I needed to shut up, started cursing expletives at me again, told me that they were going to allow her to do that and that I better be quiet about it. And then they let her go into the polls and vote. And she did not vote provisionally at all. She voted, and who knows, maybe she voted twice. Not to mention, it wasn't until I had actually called our ward leader, who had called the commissioner, who
that would be voter fraud. Why the system would let her vote twice, I don't know. But the thing is, whatever the first ballot that goes in Pennsylvania, if she did vote twice, that's the ballot that counts in the long run. So
had called the DA, that they then sent representatives down to discuss this with me and defend me. I mean, I had maybe 6 men there because I was being threatened.
Did you have any girls there? Did you have your girl who clerked for you? Did you have her there? But it was 6 men. It was 6 men
in the polling place. And the committee man that I mentioned earlier who was threatening me then got his cousin involved, who was working the polls as a poll watcher and was also wearing electioneering gear. She got up in my face, demanded to see my credentials, then tried to refuse to give them back to me, told me that they were illegitimate minority inspector certificates. They basically told me they were going to call my council rep and he was going to come down and make me leave. Just ridiculous threats. I then testified in a hearing for the city of Philadelphia for them on election day regarding this harassment. And meanwhile, I had mentioned that until we had the deputy sheriff come down and tell us how to actually receive a mail-in ballot and how to vote provisionally, we were not doing it correctly. The judge of elections was not doing it correctly. And I cannot stress this enough. My brother had the same role as me as a minority inspector.
So in this case, they're alleging voter fraud because the judge of election wasn't signing the affidavit. So the signature they want to verify belongs to the judge of elections. Could have voted 48 times. I don't know.
In a different polling place, and he said they were not doing it correctly either. I don't think that anybody actually really knew how to receive a mail-in ballot. Most of the books that we had to get your authorized signature, some would have a remit ballot little box that you could click, and others didn't have that at all. So if somebody came in and remitted a ballot, I'd almost have to like hand write that in just to keep it as honest as possible. There was no place for that. So I don't see really how they were keeping track of that, because you could easily do both. And I mean, it happened in front of me. My majority inspector definitely voted and then went into the polls and voted again. And I'm unless you have questions, I'm not really sure.
No.
I think that's pretty much
Thank you.
what happened.
Thank you very much. Senator Mastriano.
Thank you. If we can have her
I don't even really know what to do with that story. There is an actual allegation of voter fraud, someone perhaps voting twice, but the rest of it is simply clerical, or just someone being an asshole and also having a cousin who is an asshole. I don't, does that, the judges, does Trump win? Yeah, Trump wins, so.
final Zoom, I guess, one or two more, if the next one can come forth. Whenever you're ready.
He sounds exactly like another Republican figure, and I can't place him.
Okay, are you on? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay,
Everyone,
over to you. We can hear you.
Am I on?
Yes, please begin. You have the floor.
This is Gloria Lee Snover. I am chairman of the Northampton County Republican Committee. Northampton County is a Democrat county where Republicans win elections. I have been involved in the political process in Northampton County for more than 25 years. I've worked on campaigns for township supervisor to president of the United States.
It's Allentown.
This year was one of the most vast, complex elections I have ever had to oversee as party county chairman. The complexity was due to the new mail-in ballot system and ever-changing rules. The unmanned drop boxes in the general election that we did not have in the primary. Also changing the fact that voters could bring their ballot to the polls and vote on the machine, and many other new procedures. Okay. There was mass confusion regarding the mail-in ballot system. I fielded scores of calls from Northampton County voters.
Good.
And collected incident reports from voters and poll watchers regarding the November 3rd election.
Good.
The typical calls I would field were, I didn't ask for a mail-in ballot. Why am I on the mail-in ballot list? I did not get my ballot. What should I do? It's been weeks. How come my wife got her ballot and I didn't get one? We applied on the same day.
Okay.
How can I vote on the machines if I applied for a ballot? Is it safe to put my ballot in the mail? My ballot says it wasn't received, and I turned it into the election office in person. My ballot says canceled. What does that mean? I voted in person, and it still says not counted. I've been on hold with the election office 70 minutes. What do I do?
Just very quickly on that, it's a common misperception. If you vote in person, You can. There are states that have separate systems for your mail-in versus your vote in person system, because there's separate companies that do the mail-in ones that keep track of that. So you can look up your mail-in ballot and it will say not counted because you voted in person.
In turn, because of these questions, I had a number of phone calls and emails, correspondence with the election office and the county solicitor before Election Day, trying to make sure I was disseminating information correctly to the voters, volunteers, and the campaign.
Excellent.
One call turned heated when the registrar threatened to turn me over to the district attorney for posting a picture of a voter ballot harvesting a large bag of ballots at a Northampton County drop box. It was my opinion the registrar was more concerned we exposed it rather than the fact that it was happening. The most pertinent information I have to offer this committee was my conversations with the election office regarding curing the disqualified naked ballots, which they unlawfully pre-canvassed before Election Day. They actually told me on
No, it's not illegal.
the phone early in October, they felt them, they held them up to the light, they separated them out in different boxes. Reflecting back on these 3 weeks in the experience, the major concerns regarding this election are equal protection. Were the Democrats and Republicans treated the same? Were they given the same information and opportunity to vote? Did they equally have an opportunity to cure their disqualified ballot? Not in my county. There was no ability to properly witness the canvass of the mail-in ballot or see the actual ballot. Were there signatures? The solicitor told me there is absolutely no law that allows us to see the counting or to see the ballot. To this day,
That's completely true.
we have no idea what or whose ballots were counted.
They do. That they actually can find out.
Another one, very strange. There's a pattern of reactivated old voter rolls that kept reoccurring on the SURE system. The SURE system is our Pennsylvania voter system. Scores of people that had not voted since the 1990s, more than 22 years ago, were all now reactivated and receiving mail-in ballots. People that didn't vote for Obama or Hillary were all of a sudden receiving mail-in ballots, setting up the opportunity for fraud on a massive scale that would go undetected because voters who never intended to vote would not know. The SURE system
Would not know what.
is not so sure. We also found in Northampton County more than 1,500 votes where the mail-in ballot was received in the election office on a date before it was even mailed. We have a problem with this election. Thank you for allowing me to share my election experience, and I plead with you to remedy the mail-in ballot process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Again, there are multiple states that hold nothing but mail-in ballot elections, and everything works perfectly smoothly.
And our last Zoom, are you
No actual voter fraud again involved in that call.
are you there? Can you hear me?
Oh, but unless you could say, well, there's a hypothetical chance that someone who hasn't voted since the 90s was somehow reactivated and sent a mail-in ballot without requesting one. Possibility. Maybe that somebody in the system clicked a key and that happened. I don't know. I haven't researched that because it's the first I've heard of this. There's a possibility that somebody received that other person's ballot, decided to fill it out, sign it, somehow knowing the previous occupant's signature, perhaps several occupants ago, signature, sending that in and risking 5 years in jail to do so. That possibility exists, and if in Pennsylvania it happened 85,000 times, Trump wins.
And if so, please begin.
I'm nothing if not fair.
Is there one more? Nope, that's.
By the way, the president's been waiting through all of this. He's watched this entire proceeding. Pennsylvania's already been certified. And meanwhile, Americans have not received stimulus money since, what, March? April? When did that happen? Millions are going to be evicted. Millions are going to run out of their unemployment, including myself, the day after Christmas. And the president has sat there and watched this entire proceeding.
That's it? Okay, I guess a Q&A.
I want arugula.
Let me begin now with questions from our representatives and senators.
You got the president on the phone? You got the president on the phone.
Probably about 30 minutes, if we may. Oh, we have one additional witness.
Commentator.
Please.
A commentator.
I will introduce to you now, Mr. President. You are connected.
For those of you who are just joining us, we listened to this earlier because President Trump posted it on his Twitter feed. So if you want to hear most of this testimony from the president, you can go to the Twitter feed. I'm going to skip by much of it here.
I mean, virtually all of us.
He talks about flooding the market with votes.
The whole world is watching the what happened in Philadelphia. They keep the poll watchers not holding. Okay, some got back in. They were put in the pens.
Yeah, Kelly, that's correct. At the end of September, a warehouse was broken into and a laptop and keys were taken. Those are keys. Those are USB keys is what those are. They're the activation keys. Not activation keys, but they're encoded so that you can work on one of the voting machines. That being said, there's paper trails to all of it. So we know that that laptop and those USB keys didn't actually affect anything. Those were just somebody stealing stuff.
But these are not people. Don't be intimidated by these.
Oh, this is where she was getting another phone call, Jenna Ellis.
Do it properly without having a political opinion or having another kind of a problem, because we have everything. And by the way, the evidence is pouring in now as we speak. And I want to thank Rudy Giuliani for having the courage to do this, because there are other lawyers that backed down because they were being screamed at. Rudy is the greatest mayor in the history of New York, and there's a reason. He's got great courage, and he doesn't care. He wants to do what's right. And I told him the other day, Rudy, you were the greatest mayor in the history of New York, and you see what happened to New York without Rudy. You were the greatest mayor, but this is more important. What you're doing now is far more important than being a great mayor of the city of New York and being its greatest mayor by far. But
It is not.
by the way, by far. This is going to be your crowning achievement because you're saving our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
He is not. Trump.
I think what you've just heard.
I assume you're all clapping along and chanting Trump at home with me, and I appreciate that.
Guarantees that 100 years from now, that this is the most important public hearing ever held by this Senate committee. We turn now for our questions.
Producer Joanna made a brandy pumpkin pie last night. I don't know what that is, but it belongs in my tummy. That's all I'm saying about that. The judges agree. Also, the judges want some in their tummy.
Representative Ryan.
First of all, thank you very much, Mayor, for being here, for all the testifiers. You know, 16 years ago this week, I was called out of retirement.
Oh, good. Tell us more.
And recalled active duty to go to Iraq to do the elections in Iraq in January 30th, 2005.
Right. And it
That was an
organized in this?
extraordinarily secure election.
Yeah, we've got
As a
sham.
former commanding officer of a civil affairs group and psychological operations command, I know how to do elections. And what happened in Pennsylvania from a process control perspective was absolutely a travesty.
Travesty.
What I am concerned about is the remedy. How do we
The
go
remedy
from here?
is experience.
We see
Well, it's a
that there's a
dangerous
perspective
liaison
from our
of the
council
travesty
that a
is the
1937 law provided the ability to appoint the electors to the Secretary of State. And I'm curious as to whether or not, sir, you believe a special prosecutor should be appointed at the federal level to look at all these irregularities, or whether or not there is still actions that can be done at the state level to ensure that the goal of what we're attempting to do is to ensure, as we did for the people in Iraq and as I did with the people in Haiti.
I was promised a question and answer
that
session.
the votes, that suggestion would be, and of course,
Haiti, to ensure that the results are fair, accurate, transparent, and a representation of the will of the people of the United States.
Where's the question?
my suggestion would be, and of course, there are several different remedies that you could have. One
remedy
would be
is the experience.
to
It's a
declare that the
dangerous
votes that were
liaison.
not inspected properly be declared null and void in that county and deducted from the vote total. It's essentially what they do in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has the strictest absentee law in the country. They require an application for every ballot. And when they finish, they only count the number of absentee ballots that have an application. They deduct from the total from that county whatever are missing. So if you have 5,000 absentee ballots, but only 4,000 applications, you deduct 1,000 votes.
They do not do
And
this.
the reason they do that
They don't.
is to deter people from doing that in the future. Look at it this way. If
That's not
you
possible.
didn't deduct the 678,000 or whatever it is votes
Yeah.
that were not counted, there's no
Which 678 million thousand votes are you going to deduct? How do you know?
penalty for it. What stops them from doing it again next time? And
Not worried about it.
This is a question of not voters acting improperly. It's a question of the inferior officers of this state, because they're
Then it's not voter fraud, Rudy.
inferior to the legislature in this regard, acted improperly. They conducted a completely sham election. They're the ones who have to be penalized. It's a little like the exclusionary rule in criminal law. They've got to be taught you can't do that.
No, it's not.
The other thing you could do is you could demand to see
Here's a term that I know. It's a lot like ex post facto, Your Honor, per se, in the criminal law.
all of the envelopes that were cast aside.
Yeah.
I will
Cast aside, organized. The envelope. They were cast aside, like we saw in our video that we watched. How they just slice them, they take them, and they would cast them aside. Be gone.
virtually guarantee you're going to see a couple of 100,000 envelopes that have no names, partial names, the same name. You could ask to see the ballots. You're probably going to see ballots that are official and ballots that are unofficial.
No.
You have
You are
two
not.
major gaps. You have this
They couldn't be counted by the machines if they were unofficial.
672,770 votes that were not inspected by anyone, secretly put into the ballot box. And then you have this gap that I don't understand between the mail-in ballots you sent out, 1.8 million, and the number you counted, 2.5 million.
No, because they sent out almost 3 million ballots, Rudy.
That's totally impossible to explain.
It is. I just did.
Other than what some of the witnesses were suggesting.
Which is what?
That they were basically stuffing the ballot box.
With?
I believe what happened is they never expected to be behind by 700,000 or 800,000 votes on election night. They expected to be behind by a couple of 100,000. In Philadelphia, to steal a couple of 100,000 votes, they do it every year. And that's not going to be tough. Now you had a real big problem.
Rudy Giuliani says that every year the city of Philadelphia steals 200,000 votes every year.
So you had to create mail-in ballots. You had to stretch it out for a while. We didn't go into detail on the Dominion system, but we have two other experts who can show you how they injected votes into the Dominion system. And also, so I think I would settle this election, but I would definitely appoint a special prosecutor to prosecute the people who conducted this election. You might even ask.
Yeah, Tychosis says, I mentioned this before. They pretend like the ballots are similar to notes that you might pass in class. You went away, Tychosis. There it is. Do you like me? Yes. Box, no. Box, maybe. I voted by mail. There was a barcode on the envelope, on the ballot. Yeah, I know. It's all secure.
That's just a general question. How could the governor...
Again, sometimes old people have difficulty with technology.
And the elections commissioner, how could they have selected a company that counts our votes outside the United States?
Amen.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's okay because we can count those votes ourselves here in the United States by hand, and everything is matching up.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Mall, questions for any of our panelists? This is like our lightning round here to conclude.
It is not. It is not lightning. There is nothing lightning about this.
Mr. Chairman, I think what I'm going to do is make more of a statement to throw out a timeline because to try and reiterate what everyone else has already done.
No, I don't think we're going to listen to that then, Dan, because we don't
couple of years
need you
ago,
to reiterate
our
whatever the fuck
Supreme
everybody
Court
else is
in
going to let you.
Pennsylvania.
Shut up. Gonna get
Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani,
Oh, what the hell?
as well as Jenna Ellis.
A little like the exclusionary rule in
process, because
detail, we have other forensic experts that can...
Regan.
A district.
Okay.
You didn't provide for that, and you've got to a year. What you have before you that you can verify is...
Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all our testifiers today. It's been very informative. My question, Mr. Mayor, you touched upon it briefly, but I want to just, if you could delve it a little bit more into it. Attorney General Barr, shortly after the election, authorized the U.S. attorneys across the country to investigate allegations of voter fraud. I wonder if you could tell us about the criminal investigations that are going on, maybe specifically in Pennsylvania, by our U.S. attorneys and maybe our FBI.
No.
And tell us how that is going, and is there any evidence that's been presented
The FBI wouldn't release details of the investigation if there was one.
to you, or are you made privy to any of this information?
I'm sorry, Senator.
He has absolutely no official government position. If he answers this question in any way, it's nonsense.
I wouldn't be made privy to that criminal investigation.
Thank you. Okay, good.
And in my experience,
Hey! Rudy said something true.
Investigations, would take too long to help you in your most immediate decision. Criminal investigations could help you in your long-term decision as to how to reform so this never happens again, which I think you all will want to do. For example, not ever hiring again.
Again, Rudy advocating that their decision is to send electors for President Trump, despite the fact that the voters chose electors for President Biden. That's what...
A company that counts votes in Frankfurt, Germany, that's owned by two Venezuelans who are very close to Hugo Chavez and Maduro. That's extraordinary. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to really analyze the votes. Although, if you want to go into greater detail, we have other forensic experts that can show you votes that were specifically put into the machine, because these machines have a back door that allows you to do that. So I would say the criminal proceedings are going to take 6 months to a year. What you have before you that you can verify is you have before you very, very clear evidence. It's not small. It's not as if these are a couple little mistakes that happen in every... I hear people say, oh, every election has a couple of little mistakes.
It does.
Not 682,000 ballots that nobody got to inspect, that from time immemorial, we've never had trouble in America with absentee ballots. I've been in absentee ballot contests
Yeah.
in New York, and they can, they can be pretty vicious, and the language is worse than that poor lady experienced. But we would never think of having one without the Republican there and the Democrat there. Even in New York, we would never think of it. Here, they did it 700,000 times. That's an insult to the legislature because you didn't provide for that.
No.
And you've got this.
The legislature, they created this. The Republicans created this with the whole security envelope fiasco, which the Democrats took them to the Supreme Court to try and stop them from doing. This is all on the GOP.
Gap of 700,000 unexplained mail-in ballots that come out of nowhere.
There's not out of nowhere.
I think you have more.
The whole premise here that the state sent out fewer mail-in ballots, by the way, which are computerized with barcodes, etc., it's complete gibberish. The man has no idea how any of this works.
More than enough to say that this election, the numbers don't add up.
They do.
It's easy to figure out what the right numbers are by excluding the illegal votes.
You can't.
And count the honest votes, and the winner of the election changes.
You can't.
Thank you very much, sir.
By the way, he was asked about that argument in court, and he said, no, you can't do it.
Senator Mario Scavello.
In court, the remedy that they asked for was that all of the votes in Pennsylvania be disqualified. All of them.
I'm just going to make a couple of comments. First, I want to thank everybody.
That's right out of their lawsuit. Paragraph, it's either 15 or 25.
Coming out here today. We need your support, your continued support throughout this whole process, because we're going to also get the other side that don't want us to do anything at all, and we definitely need to do something. We need to correct this problem. My Northampton
They're
County
going to try to, and the Supreme Court of the United States is going to say, no, that's not how this is done.
Chairperson Lee Snow did an excellent job explaining what was going on in Northampton County. One of the biggest things that bothered me more than anything
It'll be 8-1 with Clarence Thomas dissenting.
else was people that went back, went to vote, and they were told they already voted. That happened. I must have heard it from 50 people in my district. So, they were told they already voted. That county. One of the biggest things that bothered me more than anything else was people that was going on in Northampton County. One of the biggest things that bothered me more than anything else was people that went back, went to vote, and they were told they already voted. That happened. I must have heard it from 50 people in my district. So, they made them sign a provisional, and I called up and I says, you better make sure that those provisionals are counted. And some of the other things that were happening that most...
Except that that's not how it works in Pennsylvania at all. If a vote is received, if an absentee ballot is received, that's the vote that counts. The first vote counts. You can't go in on Election Day and correct your vote in Pennsylvania. So this guy demanding that has no idea. This elected official has no idea how the elections in Pennsylvania work. I have never been to Pennsylvania. I don't believe I have ever been to Pennsylvania. And I know more than this guy who somehow is a representative in Pennsylvania.
Most of the stuff that you said out
I didn't really think about it. I've never been to Pennsylvania.
there,
And I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. Sorry. They got that cracked bell. They got the crack N at the Ramada.
it happened in every county. But when you didn't...
I've been close to Pennsylvania. I don't think I've ever been in Pennsylvania. I'd have to check with my dad. We might have driven through it at some point.
Want to vote with your absentee and you went in, you're supposed to get a ballot, not a provisional. And there were people out there that got provisionals.
No, hold on.
But and you went in, and some of the other things that were happening that most of the stuff that you said out there, it happened in every county. But
oh well, yes, David. But what David is saying is he went to Pennsylvania to vote on my 2020 fraud tour. That is, he's kidding, of course. David and I figured out a way that we could get one vote per state. I did most of mine absentee. David preferred to jump in his VW van and drive and camp around the nation. So it was two different ways of doing things. And I believe me voting with David's dead name disqualified his vote, which he had to then fill out a provisional ballot for. So actually my vote counted in Pennsylvania. David's did not.
When you didn't want to vote with your absentee and you went in, you're supposed to get a ballot, not a provisional. And there were people out there that got provisionals.
That probably said that they
just
either way, their vote counts. That's fine. That's not voter fraud. That's okay.
Information for all of you.
Trump wins.
The new machines, this new process, we didn't vote for it. That was something that was pushed by the governor. He mandated that all of the counties had to go and change their system because he wanted some type of what we don't have is a form to see who voted or who voted. They want a certificate or something, a slip to see how you voted, who voted.
No.
And it's obvious.
Not how you voted, who voted. And yes, they wanted to have some way of tracking who has voted and who hasn't voted in order to prevent voter fraud. God damn you, Governor Wolf.
This system has not worked. And
it is Governor Wolf in Pennsylvania, right? My brain just said, wait a minute, that's not right. But in my head, I'm thinking Dick Wolf because of too many Law and Order episodes. But it is, I think it is Governor Wolf. Somebody fact check me. Go ahead. Feel good about yourself.
People of Pennsylvania are not happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was an excellent question.
Madam Majority Leader-elect.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say what they did in Philadelphia when they closed us out and made us go to court to do what we should have.
I got a true story here from Dr. Layla. While I was at the nursing home, CNA helped people who had Alzheimer's and dementia to vote. Yeah, that they do that. Except that the people didn't know who was running and voted for who they were. Well, whose fault is that? Yeah, that's something they do, but it's such a... they want the old folks, even with the ones with dementia, unless they've been certified with dementia, then they can't vote anymore. But that's every state has its own laws. Let's not even get into it. I just feel terrible for the people with dementia. But honestly, if someone has dementia and they think it's election day, I'm helping them vote. I mean, I'll fill out a ballot on a piece of toilet paper and I'll tell them I'm happy. My ex-wife used to work in a dementia wing in an old folks home. And if someone would ask, like, oh, where's Tom? I'm waiting for my husband and he's not home yet. You wouldn't say, oh, your husband died 10 years ago. You would say, oh, the office called and he's running a little bit behind, but he'll be back soon. Oh, good. Oh, he'll be back in time for dinner. He'll see you later. He said not to worry. That's how you deal with the folks. Anyway.
Legally been able to do is a travesty to what...
come on. Is it a travesty or a sham? Make up your mind.
What we in Pennsylvania need to have confidence in our elections. That should never happen again, and we should probably tighten our law so that it can't. Secondly, I'm extremely bothered by the
everything.
The absentee ballot and the mail-in ballot request.
Why is he looking at her crotch? I don't get what's happening here.
Number being almost 700,000 off from what...
It's not! Stop believing Rudy Giuliani! There is absolutely no discrepancy in the number of ballots sent out versus received. None. Somewhere he saw the number for the Democrats and thought that was the actual number of everyone.
We received. And so we just did try to get on the Department of State, and they did take down their dashboard. So we can't even check it. So if you have any of that information, any pictures or any, website downloads, we would really appreciate having those because they took them down. So I don't know. Everything they do looks like they're trying to hide something, and it really, really continues to erode any kind of confidence in our process.
Senator, what I would suggest is they decided that morning, or maybe a couple of days before, to exclude you because they knew.
There is an explanation on the Vote PA website of exactly why the dashboard was taken down. As counties finish counting ballots and move towards certification of election results, they are no longer regularly updating the unofficial information data dashboard. That's what they're talking about. For accurate and up-to-date information, please visit, and then they provide a link to electionreturns.pa.gov. The dashboard is just one of those real-time looks at what, but it's an interactive system that helps people get an idea of how are things going. The actual official information is at electionreturns.pa.gov. So not only are they wrong about how many voter ballots were sent out in the mail, they also have been claiming that there's no explanation on the website. It took me 8 seconds. I can't, I won't, I shall not. But we can go back. I'll go back and I'll check the figures on that because we have the Wayback Machine. Archive.org is a wonderful site, and hopefully they've captured something recently.
Knew what they were going to do. It wasn't done. It wasn't an accidental sort of whim to exclude all Republicans. It's unheard of to exclude all Republicans. They excluded you because of what you would see. You would see ballots that weren't properly filled out. You would see ballots that were filled out at the last minute. You would see them start to get reports of how far behind they were because they were connecting to Dominion and Smartmatic, and they were telling them how far behind they were. And you would have caught them right in the middle of the fraud. Why create this big problem for yourself of excluding Republicans in 6 states, hundreds and maybe thousands of them, if you're not doing something wrong? If you're doing something, as the senator said, that's kosher, come on, look, who cares? This big thing wasn't done because they were conducting an honest vote. It's kind of crazy to think that. This was done because they knew this is the only way they could steal this election. And when he was ahead by those numbers on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, they panicked. I'll also tell you there's an expert witness who can testify that this pattern fits the pattern that Smartmatic used in 2 elections that they stole in South America. When the election was getting too far away, they called a halt in the voting count. Well, there was a halt called in 6 places, including in Pennsylvania. In one place, they made believe there was an overflowed water tank. It happened to be one little toilet bowl. They took a 2-hour halt, and in Michigan, they brought in 100,000 ballots through the back door and counted them with nobody observing them, except 3 people who happen to be remaining behind. That's evidence.
Okay, so that's not nobody.
It's also
the last time you told this story was 2 people. It's gone up by 50%.
Affidavits and could be presented to the Michigan legislature. Those people are willing to testify. And just one other thing, these people are very brave people. Mm-hmm. A lot of people aren't testifying. They're backed up by 50 more who are willing to testify. Obviously, we can't present all of them. I want you to know that all of them are backed up by numerous witnesses who say the same thing. But there are probably another 50 who are not willing to testify, including probably what would have been one of our best witnesses, because he's been threatened with the loss of his job and his children being thrown out of their private school.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's try our Zoom capabilities here. Senator Michelle Brooks calling in from northwestern Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Senator Argyle. I did want to make a comment first. I join my colleagues in being concerned about the arbitrary Supreme Court decisions and their decision to decide to be legislators. And all Pennsylvanians need to be concerned about this. You know, it's not only the election or redrawing maps, what's going to be next that impacts our state? And so not only do we need to be looking at what happened with this election, we need to be looking at how we can stop the Pennsylvania Supreme Court from wanting to legislate when that's not what they're supposed to be doing. And it's very disconcerting, the decisions they made contrary to state law in regards to this election. My question is, if you could talk about the drop-off boxes, again, something the Pennsylvania Supreme Court allowed. Talk about the security around them. I know in my area I did not have a significant amount of drop boxes, but can you talk about what type of security or parameters of safety were around these drop-off boxes, and also how many ballots were collected in these drop boxes? Thank you.
That, of course, is the subject of another lawsuit. It was brought the other day. I only know it generally. The drop-off boxes were provided, speaking very broadly, in the Democrat part of the state, not in the Republican parts of the state. They were many, many, many very closely, very close to each other in Philadelphia and Allegheny County, places like that. They were miles and miles apart in other places. And as far as I can tell, I've only read the lawsuit, don't know the details of it. There was no security for them. And there are many situations where very suspicious activity was seen, with people dropping off, you know, you're not supposed to harvest votes, people dropping off 30 and 40 ballots at a time. That's a pretty big family. They're going to have a tough time this Thanksgiving, by the way, with the rules the governor had. They're going to have to eat in like 4 or 5 different tents. With hopefully, you know, hopefully they'll be able to celebrate Thanksgiving. But I'm sorry, I just don't know I don't know the details of that. But it is the subject of another lawsuit. And the decision of your Supreme Court that is completely outrageous is the one in which they say that present means just being there. I mean, there was a movie with Peter Sellers called Being.
Yeah, Chauncey Gardner, we know. But yeah, what he's talking about here is that the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania decided that the law says, yes, you can be present. It doesn't mean that you can inspect private data. And they all 7 judges agreed.
There, I don't know if you ever saw it, but he was a potted plant. That's totally absurd to think that
he wasn't a potted plant, he was a gardener.
Passed the rule that there should be present representatives of both sides or all sides, that you meant for them to sit there and look at the drapes. I mean, they were supposed to be there as the intermediate court decided. This case was decided by the intermediate appellate court in the president's favor, with a very sensible decision saying, present in this context can mean only one thing, present in order to see the identifying data. And in a completely political decision, 5-2, they ruled what I would regard as it was a totally irrational ruling, which we will appeal to the Supreme Court. I think it was embarrassing.
Thank you.
For them to rule that way.
Thank you. Senator Judy Ward.
And they didn't rule 5-2 in the strictest sense. 5 said this is ridiculous, and the other 2 didn't say it's not ridiculous. They said, oh, we're not even gonna, it's moot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. We're not even gonna, it's already been addressed. There's now 60 viewers in all of the counting rooms. Us ruling on this makes no difference whatsoever. We're not gonna mess with the lower court decision. Just, we're not gonna talk about it. Which they have the right to do. That's fine. The judges did nothing wrong. Not a single judge ruled in favor of Giuliani's case. Not one.
Thank you. And I also want to thank our testifiers today. They were incredibly brave. And
oh, yeah. So
what
brave.
I heard today was so troubling to me. I don't know if I'll ever get it out of my head.
No, you won't.
And
you will not.
Sickened by the fact that it happened here on our watch.
Oh, yeah.
In regards,
well, Senator, you wrote some of the legislation that made it happen, sweetie. It was you.
To doing a forensic audit, would this be able to be done or be anywhere accurate? Does anybody know?
I was just looking around for my 2 experts. He came over to tell me that all of the material that we have, forensic material we have, is archived, and we can easily make it available to you online, and you can look it over. I don't understand all of it, but maybe I have people help me understand it. But yes, you could do it.
You don't even understand the number of ballots that were mailed out. That's so... You don't have to tell us that you don't understand all. You don't understand any of it, Rudy.
Forensic audit of the machines. Do it. You can do that.
Yeah. There's the audience.
Thank you.
The audience who's got nothing better to do than sit there without a mask the day before Thanksgiving. Yeah, release that forensic. We will read the shit out of that forensic data.
And I think it would be very, very helpful. I understand that even one machine would give you a great deal of information about how the whole system operates and how they slip votes in at various times. And you're not supposed to be connected to the internet in the counting room, but they were connected to the internet. And your tally was being sent to Frankfurt, Germany, where it was being analyzed.
We have a question from Senator Langerholk out in Johnstown, connected via Zoom.
Keep in mind that the different counties in Pennsylvania use different election systems, not just Dominion.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Argel. Thank you, Senator Mastriano. Thank the testifiers for being here. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your testimony. I've been vocal that we must allow this legal process to play out. And a country that we live in that we do not allow that is not a country that I want to be a part of. My question is on that legal review and on those legal processes.
It's been playing out, and Rudy keeps losing over and over and over again.
Mr. Mayor, can you give us an indication of how
no one is under oath here, no.
many lawsuits are pending, where they're at in the various appellate processes? And second part to that, the allegations of the mail-in ballots, the 1.8 versus the 2.5 that came in, is that the substance of a lawsuit? Thank you.
This is Jenna Ellis, and the mayor has asked me to answer this question. So as far as the campaign is concerned, we have pending lawsuits here in Pennsylvania. That's going up to the Third Circuit. They've granted an expedited review. We also have pending litigation in Nevada. We also have recounts in Georgia and Wisconsin, and we also have a pending lawsuit in Michigan. So regarding the mail-in specifically, we are still looking at all of the other legal options, and we are also planning on filing additional litigation by the end of this week. I won't go into detail on that other than to say that this is asking for a judicial remedy to this, and also I'll invite the question from the panel as well in terms of a remedy. Part of what we are asking, or what we did ask initially, was to stop certification so that we could get to the bottom of this process. Clearly, you've heard sufficient evidence today that would lead any reasonable finder of fact to say that there's been sufficient evidence that you should stop that, you should not move forward with certification. What we would ask the judiciary in terms of remedy can be legislative.
I mean, we haven't, but okay.
Legislative as well under the Constitution. And I would direct your attention to Article 2, Section 1.2, which says that each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. And so you, the legislature, without
have already directed, and it's been codified in Pennsylvania state law, how those electors are awarded.
Judicial oversight can direct and take back that power. You have the opportunity the legislature.
That is not how it's ever been interpreted.
And legislature in this context means the state legislature. So although there has been delegated authority to your Secretary of State and according to your law, at any time you can take back that power, and that is the provision and the protection that is embedded in the Constitution to make sure that when there are instances of corruption in a state, that the state legislature, which is the representatives of we the people, all of these wonderful people who are here today in Pennsylvania, and all of your constituencies who voted and who want their voice to be heard, because we are a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We the people need to submit.
Are we?
Thank you.
Need to submit our vote. And so I would say in terms of a remedy, you may fashion that even outside the purview of the litigation that we are now bringing. And I'm happy to go into that into more detail if the panel would prefer.
Thank you. Representative Kaufman.
Thank you very much. And Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here, and Attorney Ellis. We appreciate your service to the nation because these are definitely difficult times, and all of those who have testified, it truly does take bravery to step out in situations like this and talk about your personal experience. I wanted to direct this to Mayor Giuliani and Attorney Ellis. In the cured ballot issue, or uncured ballot issue, the ability to cure in one area of the state and not in others, that is certainly, to many of us, seems to be an equal protection violation under the 14th Amendment. Can you quantify what you...
It is not, because all of the counties had the ability to cure ballots, and guess who was doing the contacting? The parties. So the Democratic Party would contact their people. Because why would they contact the Republicans? The GOP had the ability to do that. Completely legal. They had the ability, unlike what that lady was saying, we just didn't know. Read the emails. Everybody got the same emails. So you're blaming the Democrats for doing a better job than you guys did. That's on you.
You found as far as maybe number or information as far as the number of ballots we're talking, and how widespread it is across the Commonwealth as far as, were there 2 counties that allowed for curing?
All of them.
And, they were Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, or were there more counties out there that allowed for curing?
There's no Pittsburgh County, it's Allegheny.
Kind of information would be
maybe there is a Pittsburgh County. I don't know. There's like 5,000 counties.
Very helpful to us, I
But
think.
Pittsburgh is an Allegheny County.
There's no question, Representative, that it went on. And it went on in the 2 counties you mentioned, and probably 3 or 4 more. Curing, in other words. It did not go on in the majority of counties, Republican or Democrat. Most of them were in a quandary. The Elections Commissioner sent out a notice, advice that you could cure the ballot. If you check with your lawyer would say, no, you can't do that. The legislature has to provide for a cured ballot. So your counties that were sticking to the strict letter of the law didn't provide for curing. The counties that were...
How many days till Rudy Giuliani has COVID at this point?
Acting, I would say, illegally, because the election commissioner doesn't have the authority to make that change, followed it. It does turn out that those are largely the Biden counties did the curing and the Trump counties didn't do the curing. It's hard to know how many it affected. I could get you the number of actually cured ballots, but I don't think I can get you to the number that weren't cured. Okay. Who are the ones that were affected. When we argued this in front of the court, the judge said, well, maybe those people in the counties that didn't allow curing should sue that county. But that county didn't do anything wrong. That county followed the law. The reason they were deprived of their right to vote on an equal basis is because other counties followed what would be the illegal advice of the election commissioner, that you can cure a ballot, for which there is no authority in state law. So we will try to do better to get a good...
But the election commissioner told all of the counties that that's what could be done. So you're going to be like, oh, no, we're just not going to do that in our county because we're Republican. All right.
Number there. But it's hard to do because a lot of it affected people who just didn't vote.
Sure.
But I do think the practice, in some cases the numbers are sufficient to overturn the election. In some cases the numbers aren't. But what they do is show how onerous and how draconian the measures were they took to flip this election. I mean, some of them result in numbers that affect the outcome of the election, like not examining the ballots. Some of them don't. But there's still indications that this was a deliberate fraud. This wasn't just a couple of election officials.
There's no indication that that's the point. None. He has yet to tell us.
Kind of screwed up. This was a deliberate, planned fraud, and that's why the remedy which seems kind of tough, is justified.
Now he's talking about conspiracy, actual illegal conspiracy, and yet has no jurisdiction over that whatsoever.
If this were just a couple of...
Now, if it turns out that Barr has ordered the DOJ to do an inspection, and the DOJ is like, yeah, we're looking into this conspiracy, then everybody who was involved, from volunteers on down, they all conspired to somehow rig the election machines to count a bunch of votes that also there was paper evidence of that somehow wouldn't match up because there was another room somewhere that, yeah. Oh, in every county that Biden won.
Mistakes.
And that made a 90,000 vote difference.
That would be a tough remedy. But this is a plan that was carried out throughout your entire state, and I submit it was carried out in concert with other Democrat organizations. And if you look carefully, they picked only Democrat cities where they control law enforcement and the courts, and they can get ridiculous decisions, like the first the decision they got from a judge in Philadelphia who said, "Oh, you're present. Why do you have to see anything?" Well, because I'm an inspector. That's why. That's a purely political hack decision. And they knew they could get decisions like that in Philadelphia, in Detroit, if it were a different kind of election, Chicago, New York. Those are the kinds of cities they picked. They didn't pick, even in your state, kind of neutral cities, Democrat or Republican.
Thank you. Representative Schemmel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 quick questions for 3 different testifiers. So we certainly know about the irregularities and inconsistencies. You just detailed an inconsistency, and you can't...
Yes, he's been appointing federal judges, and even the federal judges that have heard these cases have turned against him. So, again, this is all nonsense.
...prove a negative. That's why you can never prove votes that were never allowed to be cured. But in regard to allegations of fraud, I have a question first, and forgive me, I don't remember names, but the gentleman here from Philadelphia who was denied admittance to observe in a poll. You described being denied the ability to get into a polling place. Did you seek to be admitted to any other polling places and were also denied?
I could have gone to other polling places where I heard there was problems, but we decided to move on to other problems. What was her name? I was actually at her polling place that when she was being totally harassed. I was one of about 5, 6 guys to stop the harassment.
So there was no polling place that you sought admission to in and around the city of Philadelphia that just allowed you in when you displayed your orange card?
I probably could have gone to that entire ward.
No, because he didn't go there. So let me get this straight. You met Joe Biden and he didn't shake your hand? No, I never met Joe Biden. So Joe Biden he would not shake your hand.
And had the same problem. We went out of that.
He could have gone to any of and had the same problem. He could have. He didn't, but he could have. He knows that they would have the same problem.
Because there was other problems going on that day.
Okay. Next question for a gentleman next to you, from the attorney from Florida. You were observing polls and the processes in the city of Pittsburgh. I believe that you described being kept away from being able to observe the tabulators and so forth. That was a problem we certainly saw in other places in the city of Philadelphia. When you were eventually allowed to get closer, where perhaps you could see the ballots and the votes, did you observe anything different about the behavior of the tabulators? Did their behavior change? Did their methodologies change? Anything to lead you to think that they were conducting the process one way when you weren't observing, in a different way when you were?
In the first instance, we were never really able to get, there was only one element of the process where we were able to actually get reasonably close to see what a tabulator was doing, and that was with overseas and military ballots. When overseas and military ballots come in, they come in a different format that's not readable by the machines, and so there's a individual that takes the ballots and then keys in the votes for the voters. And of that group, we could see about 3 or 4 of those people doing that transposition of those ballots. Beyond that, and that was for a very short period of time on actually Friday evening, Friday after the election, they were beginning to tabulate overseas and military ballots. With that singular exception, we couldn't actually see any ballot at that particular moment that you ask about. There was no opportunity to ever really see any ballot other than that situation. And there was one worker that was within, I don't know, 8 or 10 feet of us at the edge. And we did, in fact, see him do 35 Biden military ballots all in a row, which we found to be kind of curious. But it did not, what he was doing did equate with the papers that he had in front of him.
Okay, thanks. And my final question for Mr.
So not voter fraud. In fact, you just described exactly what should be happening.
Giuliani, you've alleged fraud within our voting system, and we've heard a lot of anecdotal evidence we have as representatives and senators, and you've presented a good deal today. But amongst the affidavits you have, do you have any affidavits from anyone who is could be qualified as a whistleblower, who actually was part of the fraud and is now willing to testify as to the fraud?
Yes, we do. We have, I believe.
What?
I believe.
Whistleblower who actually was part of the fraud and is now willing to testify as to the fraud.
Yes, we do. We have, I believe.
And where's
I have
this
to
person?
check this, but I believe sometimes I get the states a little confused. But I believe there are 3 that would need a subpoena to protect themselves in order to testify.
Okay, and then I would presume that's
And I would
part of
say
your legal.
at least one of them is a Democrat.
Okay,
Can you make the affidavits?
Part of your legal claims, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
And
Thank you
if
all.
there's a subpoena
Thank you.
process, we could work with them to come forward. And they're frightened for their jobs, and I don't want to make too much of it, but they're also frightened for their physical safety. I mean, this is a case in which one of the lawyers, one of our chief lawyers in the case, had to leave because his family was threatened, his little children were threatened, for representing the President of the United States. That's not America.
Representative Jones.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who testified. I do have a question, but a couple just...
Are they from Washington, not Pennsylvania? Is that are the whistleblowers? Is that what...
Comments to sort of get on the record. For those that maybe think this is, like we just don't like the result, that's not really the case. I've spent weeks since the election.
According to ABC News, this is an article from before the election. More than 3 million ballots were requested. It doesn't have a figure on how many were mailed out, but more than 3 million ballots were requested in Pennsylvania. So to end up with 2,500,000 is completely within math. That's how it works.
Election, having numerous people go through data, and for the sake of time, I just want to highlight a couple of examples why some of these things just, at a minimum, they certainly make you scratch your head a little bit.
For the sake of time, we're going to skip you.
Prove anything, but I want to
Doesn't
relatively
prove anything.
get out there.
Relatively.
But they can just-
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Well, first thing, of course, as a lawyer for my client, along with Jenna, we would ask you not to certify and to certify the correct, honest votes, which I think can be arrived at several different ways. And probably the easiest way to arrive at it, just because of the huge number of votes, are the votes that were not properly inspected. And when I say properly inspected, they weren't inspected at all. You could almost consider them hidden votes.
They were inspected.
In a back room where everybody was smoking cigars. And the reason you have a lot of votes without a down ballot, you're quite correct, Representative Jones, that it's much easier to fill out your home, you can fill out the down ballot, than rushing through a machine. However...
Nobody wearing masks in the crowd. Nobody. A bunch of people are going to catch it here, spread it to their relatives over Thanksgiving weekend. This here will result in deaths. This essentially is a murder court.
If you only have a half hour to get 10,000 votes in, you don't have time to do the down ballot, do you?
Oh, good. Someone brought their child.
If you're sitting, in a truck somewhere, right near the place you're going to bring in shopping bags, and I don't think we have this evidence here, but we have this evidence in Michigan. We have evidence of trucks coming in with ballots.
We know. Very, very white trucks that you couldn't buy, vans that couldn't fit food. Yeah, we know. We watched that.
In garbage pails and ballots in cardboard boxes.
Oh my God. Carrying ballots in cardboard boxes? What is happening?
Maybe it's my prosecutor's paranoia, but it seems to me that those ballots were filled out that night. And you don't have time to vote for all those. You just got enough time to go. And that's why you get this strange anomaly that there are so many down ballots not filled out for Biden.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, sir.
I learned as a lieutenant never to bring a problem to my superiors without a solution. That's one of the things I try to live to today. There are solutions that are available. I've made the simple comment that your vote should be at least as secure as your Venmo account, and it's not. It's easily fixable with blockchain. There is a process out there that was developed by MIT. It's called VOTZ, V-O-A-T-Z. It's being fielded now. The problem is there are no national standards for federal elections, and there are no enforceable standards. So if nothing else out of this election, if we have a set of enforceable standards and we use technology like blockchain to ensure that every vote going through the whole process is transparent from soup to nuts, then we can ensure a technologically advanced.
Well, you can't do that without yes, you can go soups, you can't inspect the nuts. That's the way secret elections work.
Secure election.
So these masterminds that could sneak in hundreds of thousands of ballots at the drop of a hat in the middle of the night couldn't figure out in advance that they might need them. Yes. And that's why they had to hire the food vans that weren't big enough for the food. And also they were like, how can we bring who's got some garbage pails available at 3 a.m.? Is there a Home Depot open some?
That's not, an individual vote may be manipulable, but batches of votes would not be, so.
Great information. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor, so you asked what two things? Well, I think those two things are very clear, that you have to deal with today and then you have to deal with the future. And the more pressing instance right now is today, and this body should deal with that in some way. And you are the constitutionally vested entity to do that. You have a variety of options in front of you.
We should make these as secure as Parler is.
And when you deliberate together how to best address that, you have the constitutional authority and permission to do it. And
yeah, those look like the Sony models of remote cameras I used when I was directing a game show. The quality is, it should be much higher than what we're seeing.
So the mayor has suggested one possible remedy. There are others, and you could call for a special election. Still, you can direct the manner of your electors. You have a variety of constitutional options, but one option should not be to ignore it and to certify a corrupted, irredeemably compromised election. So we would ask that you deal with that today, and then for the future, look at all of these things that you've raised. Look at all of the voting machines. Look at all of these people who are interfering, really. You have an executive office and branch that is runaway. You have from your governor to your secretary of state to each of these individual election officers. This is election official fraud. And that's what's going on here. And for the sake of every future election, that should be addressed in the legislature, because you also have the constitutionally vested obligation to the people.
Yes, for the future elections.
People of the state to address that. So my recommendation, along with the mayor, and I sincerely applaud everything that he has said as well, and on behalf of our client, but on behalf of the nation. You're right when you say that this isn't just about overturning an election. It's not about deriving the outcome. That's what the fraudsters want to do. What we want to make sure of is that we, the people, get to select and prefer our commander-in-chief, and you have the obligation and the responsibility to ensure for the people of Pennsylvania that that.
Well, that's what happened. See, with the votes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe we have Representative Metcalf on Zoom with one final question. Darrell?
Can you hear me, Senator Argyle?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator Argyle, Senator Mastriano, for hosting this very important hearing. It's very important to the future of our republic today. Thank you for the invitation to the House members that are joining you there today. Thank you for the invitation for me to join you via Zoom today, and thank you for the opportunity to provide some input and ask a question of Mayor Giuliani here today. But a lot of what's been talked about, and I really appreciate Mayor Giuliani and the attorney's initiative to the General Assembly to reassert our constitutional authority regarding the certification of this election. I am former state government committee chair that had oversight for the election law for many years. I served in that position not during the last term, but in the past, and we have battled in Pennsylvania to fight the fraud and fight the way that our election laws have been violated, not just for several cycles, but for decades. And we've actually had a state Senate race that was overturned, I believe, in the Philadelphia area back in the 90s because of fraud. So when we look at what has occurred here, and I really appreciate Mayor Giuliani bringing all of those individuals before us today to provide a testimony at this hearing. And I think even more important, I hope that we get a chance to see that their testimony was heard in a court of law where a just ruling is found to protect every legal vote that was cast here in this election in November, and to discard all those votes that were not legally cast. And I think as we've been overwhelmed, as was mentioned by the senators at the beginning of this meeting, that as we came through election day, and prior up to that, we'd had 3.5 million people filing for unemployment because of the unconstitutional dictates of Wolf to shut down businesses and stop people from going to work in Pennsylvania. And we were just overwhelmed with those calls. But since election day, we have been overwhelmed with calls from individuals who are distraught over the future of our republic, the future of our future elections, and being able to ensure that people are having their legitimate legal votes counted to elect who's going to govern them. And right now, with the examples that were shown here today with these witnesses, a lot of the people have been calling my office and emailing me. They are demanding action. And as we've heard today, there's a lot of citizens out there that have important information. Constitution.
Ooh, Darrell's
in our
auditioning.
nation.
In court, I think it will you and some of the others against us.
That you're going to have an opportunity affidavit.
Yes, I am. I'm certain that there will be a court decision that will allow us to present our evidence. The case in Pennsylvania was dismissed on a motion to dismiss, in which the judge made factual findings against us, basically saying he thought our claims were absurd.
Yeah.
Of course, he has no right to do that on a motion to dismiss. On a motion to dismiss, he has to assume that everything we're saying is true, and I think it was just done to delay us. And
except that a judge has the opportunity to summarily dismiss at any time, and when the preponderance of evidence seems absurd, he has no responsibility to assume that it's true, especially when you can look at it and say, okay, hold on, you're thinking that X number of ballots were sent out and more ballots were returned? Well, hold on. That is nonsense. Dismissed.
I can't imagine a judge giving a correct decision here that wouldn't at least allow us to have a factual hearing.
The judge's rejection of Rudy Giuliani's case, what was it, Friday, Saturday, whatever it was scathing. Neil Cattell did an Instagram video about it, I think. We'll take a look at it another time.
And the reason we came to you and some of the other state legislators is because...
Hey, where's Kaylee Macaroni? Oh, I haven't heard from her in a while. I haven't even seen her on Hannity the last couple of nights.
I believe that we're being denied our right to a hearing by the courts.
No.
But then again, you do have responsibilities equal, if not superior to the courts.
They do
to
not.
oversee these elections. So
They do
we've
not.
made similar requests to the legislatures in Michigan, Arizona, and Georgia, and we're very hopeful that next week we'll get to present.
So what they're saying is that the entirety of election systems in all 50 states are null and void because it's totally cool if you make rules in a state. If a newer legislature comes along and doesn't agree with those rules, after the election, if they don't like those results, they can just throw all that out. All the infrastructure doesn't matter anymore. That's what they're alleging here. This is what they're saying would be totally fine with the Constitution.
To them, as we also press for a hearing.
The judge has to accept that the allegations made in a complaint are true when deciding whether sufficient grounds exist for the cause of action plead. Not so in a motion to dismiss. That is correct. Tycosa says, you know, I'm in engineering and my job would be much, much easier if I could just say, nah, sounds like lies, or just dismiss results I don't like.
In court. I think it is really important for the American people.
So, Tycosis, you'll appreciate that the Secretary of State in Georgia, who has been accused by President Trump of treason, has said, no, this is an election. There's numbers. This is just numbers. The numbers are numbers.
To see, these are not my claims or Jenna's claims or President Trump's claims. Or,
they are.
And many of these people came to us because...
You made specific claims about seeing a number on a website that no longer exists that make it impossible for Joe Biden to have won. That's your claim.
They're so upset. These are the complaints of the American people. And
you are also the American people.
I'm more than happy to make available to you an outline of the other affidavits. It would have been impossible to produce all the witnesses. But I can show you that for each one of these witnesses, there are anywhere from 15 to 50 other witnesses who saw the same thing. I have a list just in Pittsburgh alone of 27. I have a list in Philadelphia of 32. I have a list of about 40 witnesses on Cure. Even though the numbers aren't ascertainable, there's still a lot. None of the things we're saying to you are just arguments. This is evidence. I keep explaining to people affidavits are the best evidence you can have until somebody actually gets into court and swears. And our evidence is under oath. Their claims are just claims.
No, there's much more hard direct evidence that can be in a police direct evidence room.
One additional question online from Representative.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Darrell. From Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Senator Argel. Thank you, Senator Argel. Thank you, Mayor Giuliani.
Representative Don Kiefer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Mastriano, for hosting this, and thank you, Mayor, for all of the testimony that you have brought forth. Two questions I have. First is regarding testimony that we received on the pink highlighted ballots that were scanned through and submitted, and then they were able to be redocumented and then scanned through again. Is there any action being taken on that, given the number of ballots that we're talking about there?
Do you know the answer to that? I don't. That's a state issue. I'm not sure I know the answer to that, but I'll get it for you.
Okay.
That's not something we ran down.
Okay, that would be great to know.
Affidavits are technically evidence. Evidence doesn't mean something is true.
Because I know we saw a lot of that, and there's speculation out there that people were just blindly filling out these ballots, but there is supposed to be a process, and so and it was my understanding that that process was supposed to be videoed or live streamed and witnessed by a majority and minority inspector when you are recreating a ballot that is not able to be scanned. So that would be good to know. And the second thing is, Attorney Ellis, you had made a comment regarding what our constitutional ability is. And so while we understand what the Constitution does say, as far as us taking responsibility and, we could intervene in
This could be a very good question.
certain sectors. While the Constitution gave us that ability, it's been explained to us by attorneys that we took that power that was given to us as General Assembly members and we put it into statute. And that statute says, how we appoint our electors and how we certify the elections. It's all spelled out in our Pennsylvania code based upon the power that we have from the Constitution. You have a differing legal opinion of that?
She is exactly right. Here's a Republican saying, hey, we took our power, we put it into statute. It has been decided how this election will be decided.
Yes, I do. And I think that our collective, and with my co-counsel here, you can take that power back at any time. And when you have the delegation of authority, the legislature can take that back. And you also have an instance here that the law was completely ignored. So even though you have a manner in which your electors are generally selected in Pennsylvania, and that's worked for the past presidential elections since those statutes were authorized and gone through the legislature, this is an election that has been corrupted. And so you can't go through that method, and those laws were violated. And that is the General Assembly here, the legislature, is the authorized entity in the Constitution that selects the manner. You can take that power back at any time. And so when the laws were ignored, and that's where we have, and why we have all of this evidence to bring to.
I'm not a lawyer, but that's just not how it works. I don't know. Maybe states can mandate power and then take it back at any time if they don't like the results of what the power did. Retroactively. Maybe that's a thing. I have yet to see any credible source saying that that's a thing. I am completely unfamiliar, and that would completely change the way law and order works in this country. According to David Mickelson, Trump says, after today's Pennsylvania hearing, no person of good faith can claim that this was a free and fair election.
To you is to show you each of these different types of ways that election officials.
What's a good faith? It's Christianity, right? That's the good one?
Have violated the manner in which you, as the General Assembly, have prescribed in the law how you select your electors. Because they violated that law, you have the constitutional authority to craft a remedy. You can take that power back at any time. You don't need a court to tell you that. So absolutely, and you can look at that. You can look at the federal law for elections. This is your constitutional prerogative. State legislature, in the context of Article 2, Section 1.2, means state legislature, period.
You also delegated it to the very people whose conduct is in question and whose you're asking them to investigate themselves. So given the fact that this is your...
So he's saying that the Department of State, it's not a Secretary in State in Pennsylvania, but he's talking about the Attorney General in Pennsylvania, talking about the Department of State in Pennsylvania, saying that there is corruption all the way through, that Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, is corrupt, and the legislature retroactively should take his power away. That's what Giuliani is saying right now, which, by the way, in legal terms would be known, and this is Latin, fucking ridic.
Sole constitutional right and authority. You can always assume constitutional authority that you've delegated back. You also have a rational basis for doing it because you're asking them. I mean, this was done, one might argue.
You also have a rational duty for doing it because you want Trump to win.
At least that's one of the interpretation of the fact, deliberately by the governor, by the elections commissioner, who issued absurd opinions telling people to violate the law. And then you're going to ask them to make a decision on the election that allegedly they corrupted?
It's already been done.
It would seem to me you have a perfect right to take that back. And
you know what? They can count up. They can prove the negative. They can count up the number of ballots that were rejected but not cured. They have all of those envelopes. They have them all. They can count that up. And if they want, if this was anywhere near a possibility, they're smart enough to know, you know what we should do? We should count those all up and see how many there are. See if that's enough to flip the election. That's what we should do. Okay, they're not smart enough to necessarily know that, but somebody is conniving enough to have figured that out already, but they're not doing that. That's not part of the case.
Make that decision de novo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for your patience.
Whew, me too.
The public, our many witnesses, our senators and representatives, as you've seen today, this
stubborn things. There's a lot of.
Yeah.
I saw. You have to forgive people because we are a constitutional republic. So I'll forgive those that say democracy. But I saw one man had a sign in Philadelphia.
Okay, there's the idiot. We are a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. This fuckhead doesn't understand what a republic is. A republic is any country that's not a monarchy or a papal entity. Doesn't have a pope or a monarchy. If you don't have a king of some kind, royalty, and you have people electing, or even if you don't, for example, communism, still a republic. Still, you just can't have a king or a queen or a princess. But this guy, this is such an old argument. We're not a democracy. We're a republic. We are a democracy.
The irony wasn't lost on me. Democracy dies in Philadelphia. Can you imagine the irony of that? You know, where the light of liberty was lit in 1776, it transformed this world. Where in this very same state, a new birth of freedom. And then, of course, let's not forget 2001, Todd Beamer, let's roll. You know what? It's our time to roll. This is no time.
9/11, that's for Giuliani.
You know, democracy can die in darkness, in dark rooms.
Thanks for promoting the Washington Post.
No transparency and accountability. We're shining light on this darkness here. We're going to take our state back. We're not standing aside in this hour. You know, as Representative Metcalf rightly said, in 1994, there was so much shenanigans and cheating in the Marks versus Stinson case that a federal district judge threw out the election results, took a senator out of Harrisburg, state senator, and put the Republican in because the election results were so corrupted.
Okay.
So we do have a precedent here, federal courts, and I hope you take a hard look at that here.
And did the legislature overturn that, or did the courts? Because that's the precedent that Giuliani's talking about here. Not that the courts have to overturn anything, but he wants you guys to supplant the will of the people by overturning your own rules.
As our election results in Pennsylvania at the presidential and other levels been so corrupt.
This guy's getting a cabinet position. Whether or not Trump wins, Trump will appoint him to the cabinet.
That the results have to be thrown out. That's going to be a case you're going to have to make before the Supreme Court there, but it sure sounds like something stinks in Denmark or in Philadelphia. I don't know. You know, one vote, one person.
You always want to end those with an I don't know. I don't know. I have never been more flabbergasted with the level of incompetence in this government, in that city, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I don't know. I don't know.
One legal vote per person.
I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know. My wife says I get too worked up about these things, and I don't know.
And any cheating goes in there, disenfranchises an American. And I can't believe this is happening here, and we're not going to let it stand. I don't know why it's so hard. You know, I know it's hard because this has been going on here for a lot longer than we imagine. But in Galatians 6:9, we're told by St. Paul, grow not weary doing good, because in due time you'll reap your harvest. We're going to reap our harvest. The time for dithering. The time for dithering and deliberation is over.
I don't remember that from the Bible.
It's time for decisive action. We have to protect our Commonwealth and our nation. The eyes of the world are upon us, and let's turn the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from a laughing stock to the pride of the world once again, as we've always had been and need to be again. This is our day, this is our hour, this is our time.
And as Deuteronomy chapter 13, verses 12 through 15 says, if any other God is reigning in a city above myself, then you need to go into that city and kill all of them, and then come out and kill their cattle. And the time now, people, the time is now, people, to kill the cows. I don't know.
So yes, Mr. Franklin, a republic, if you can keep it, we're going to keep it. Can you keep it? Can you? Will you? We're going to keep the republic. Thank you.
Are we going to keep it? I don't know.
And God bless you all.
God bless
Thank
you all.
you all.
I
We stand adjourned.
Adjourned. Was nothing official about this. That's true, by the way. Deuteronomy 13:12-15. You can look it up. Not only are you supposed to, the Bible tells you, hey, wait a minute. They don't worship Yahweh. Get into that city, kill everyone, man, woman, child. Then come on out the city, kill all the cattle, get them all. Could you imagine the cows like just looking over at the burning city? The next thing you know, the people are running at them with spears. Your owners, your domesticated animals, and the farmers were worshiping a different god. The Bible's weird. I'm serious though. That's really in there. All of Exodus is some weird stuff going on there. All of Exodus. Raining frogs. Wow, that was 4 hours and 18 minutes, kids. Has anything else come out? This has been happening. Let's just check Trump's Twitter feed here. See what's going on. Oh, yeah, that's Jim Carrey. Remember, we watched that. Let's go to the Twitters. Let's go to the Twitters. You and me. He. Let us see. D. What President Trump has to say today. Have a great life, General Flynn. Retweeting himself. The losers and suckers statement on dead military heroes has been proven to be a total fabrication and lie. It was never made. The anonymous fabricator, who is a major sleaze, went forward with the lie despite 25 strong witnesses to the contraries. Welcome to the Roaring 20s. Lindsey Graham congratulating the president for pardoning General Flynn. We knew this was going to happen. This is pardoning the turkey week. Oh, Ingram Angle, U.S. economy. Okay. Yeah, tremendous jumps in the U.S. economy. You can see right here, that's where Michigan turned up in the votes for Biden. So right there, that spike at 3:47 a.m., right there. The whole thing is rigged. That's from yesterday. Debbie Lesko, by the way, is an idiot. But she's fun to watch, so I appreciate her. She's retweeting something. Ron DeSantis, Florida is working hard to make sure we serve the state's most vulnerable in terms of both current protections and upcoming vaccinations. It's good. Thank you, producer Joanna. Okay, well, the election is rigged, but we will win. That was 31 minutes ago. He's been tweeting this entire time. He watched 4.5 hours of coverage, and then he's just been tweeting the entire time. Everybody, corrupt election. Here we go. Dave Kaplan, this just in. Commonwealth Court orders a Friday hearing on the Mike Kelly, Sean Parnell lawsuit asking to throw away all mail-in ballots. Also says to pause all activity. First off, there's no chance of that succeeding. Secondly, it's already been certified. It's already gone to a court above that saying, hey, the judge doesn't have the power to do this. We can't do this. So, yes, we'll have a hearing on Friday. But all it says is, okay, I'll give you time for a hearing. This is not a major win for the Trump campaign. Here he says it right here. Unclear what that means. Since Pennsylvania election has formally been certified. Right. We're going to uncertify the election. By the way, that's never been done. Not a federal election, anyway. Okay. All right, that's enough of that. Okay, guys, I'm freaking tired of this. And, yeah. What? Dr. Lee, I already followed Prairie Dog Girl. All right, all of you, go sleeps. You're welcome, guys. Go sleeps.
Kevin, thanks for that.